At least this one is here. So she's like, where am I? Eating the chair. Oh, I don't. Oh, okay. Being this. No, that's just. Okay. I didn't got it all out. Okay. If she said, I was seeing that yesterday. He was also when he said, oh, and yes. Okay, so sorry, that's what I meant.
Yes.
It'll be out of the office. So we never know the 40. I think that's in place in some ways. That's going to be just she just sent me home. Okay. I mean, so I can just okay. Hey, somebody said me this is the thing. Thank you. Good morning. Yes. Oh my God. So, if you know, if you're like that, it's not here. You can get them.
Things you talk to, things are great. It's made and it's very things that wants. Folks tripling in, but who's back, everyone's going, the text goes, and the trailer just one down. So we didn't think weird or Duce about having to stand here on one of those narrow divs, like you hear of nothing's easier for me to find a meeting standing up, moving around a bit. This advisory board, we meet monthly on this day, and it's a great opportunity to have some unique to Wichita, some other cities, in addition to the Metro Planning Commission, we have the advisory board with citizens throughout the district serve on the committee and give feedback on various issues as well as zoning cases. And this is an opportunity for you to always give feedback on issues and anything on your heart and mind, and to have direct conversation with the council member, as well as your updates from the council member monthly. These are all recorded, you can put on the Facebook page that you can watch to your leader, and you can participate remotely on this Zoom. So especially if it's your first time here, if you find anything of interest, or you speak to council members, this is a great opportunity outside of council meetings as well. If you are here for a particular item, you will have the opportunity to speak on that item when it comes up on the agenda. If you are here for no particular item, you can just want to, something else, there'll be a time for that agenda. Well, so we're going to go ahead. We do not have that weird month last month, and I was at the meeting, but we don't have any minutes last month's meeting. And we the video of that. We live streaming on.
We should be.
So we don't need to do that. Say without objection, we'll approve the agenda for today. Move on to the city staff. We're starting by the department. Are they hearing? Are they online? Fire department's not here. They had a written report. We'll make sure that's included in the regular minutes. So Wichita Police. They don't mind.
They submitted a report. They won't be here.
Hey, sorry, fire department's here. I can give you a report real quick.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I'll start off with just a few. It's getting to be that time of the year for holidays. Big thing for us that we see every year is going to be if you have live Christmas trees, it's those Christmas trees drying out. So make sure if you do have those, make sure they're being watered, and as soon as the holidays are over, make sure you kind of get those taken to the right place to get them taken care of. They seem to linger around and potentially could be a fire hazard. We also deal with floor furnaces that they tend to get like rugs and couches and things moved over top of them over the course of the year, and when the heat comes on, things like that tend to catch on fire. So make sure those are clear as well. For this last month, our investigative unit, they responded to 17 fire scenes that resulted in 3 arrests up to this point. So those were, the damage exceeded over $500,000 in those. For District 1, we had 3 incidents. 100 block of Minneapolis was a house fire that's been undetermined. It was a vacant. So they're determined that it was several squatters have been in and out of that place. So that's what they're chalking it up to right now. And 400 block North Broadview on the 11th or the 9th of November, an accidental detached garage fire from smoking discarded cigarette. As far as couple of things that are going on with the fire department, we've had a recruit academy going on that's going to be probably wrapping up right after the first of the year. So we'll have a group that should be coming out around that time. Our fire museum We had the governor in town recognizing it as making it the annual Fallen Firefighters Memorial down on South Broadway, 1300 South Broadway. So that's going to be a state recognition right now as well during our memorial. So, and it's always a good place to take somebody. You get family in town. It's open on the weekends. We have some retired firefighters that do a great job volunteering their time and taking care of that place and giving tours and giving the history of the department in the city. So with that, that's about all I have. Approximately 10,500 incidents up to this point in District 1 for the year. So that's between medical calls, fires, just general service calls. So any questions?
On the report, top of the fires reported in the district are from arson or activated arson. Is that historically what you see around 50%? Or is that higher right now? I especially was a little concerned seeing the one where there was maybe even 2 homeless folks were sleeping shelter, maybe had activated arson against them. I don't think exact.
Yeah, as far as the numbers go, our fire investigator unit does all of that compilation of those type of things. I honestly could not tell you what that would be.
Any questions from Gavin?
Firehouses are there in District 1?
I'm sorry.
How many firehouses are there in District 1?
How many firehouses? I believe there are 4. Yeah, I'd have to look it up. I'm not exactly sure. I believe it's 4.
I was just curious when you said 10,500 incidents in a year, that seemed like so many. Over 4 firehouses, that's about 7 a day. That feels right for each house.
I mean, it's probably it's probably going to be more than that. You know, our firehouse up here at 21st in Chautauqua, we're making 10, 15 calls a day. So I think some of those, this is not the total number. The numbers that I have were cut off in the middle of November. So those numbers are generally going to be higher for what I have. But yeah, it's we're roughly doing about I think we're close to 70,000 for the city right now for the year. So
I appreciate the statistics. It's great context. I'm kind of surprised by the volume, so I really appreciate that.
you bet. I wish I could be a little bit more keyed in on the exact numbers, but it's kind of not our forte here on the in the firehouses. We kind of let the other guys do the numbers.
Thank you.
Yep.
Questions, comments, the fire department public? Online. All right, thanks so much, Secretary.
All right, thank you.
Please go on. Or there. I'm the Parks and Rec.
Hopefully, you guys can hear me. You guys hear me?
Yep, live stream.
He's like,
I didn't plug it.
oh, okay. Hey, good evening, everybody. My name is got a couple of my team members from Edgewater, Recreation Supervisor, Elisa Cardi Harrison, who was the director over at Carrboro Community Center. And my new replacement, Ryan Littlejohn, I'm just gonna have him come back and give a couple of words. He is now on his basically 4th official day. But he'll be overlooking Lexington and co-managing at Water Resources.
Hello, I don't know exactly what it is that I need to say, but I'm a Wichita kid. Grew up right down the way on 24th and Grove. Spent a lot of time at Lynette Woodard as a child, playing basketball, hanging out with my friends, supporting Wichita State basketball for a long time too. And so yeah, just a proud Wichita, graduated of Wichita State University, and I am so blessed to be in this position with the city and to continue to help our neighborhood and our district, District 1. So thank you. Quick question, what high school did you go to? East High. Blue Aces.
Center, which is our grand opening this Saturday, December 6th at 8:30 in the morning until about noon. So the presentation and whatnot will start at 8:30. We have some speakers that will be there. We have some incredible performances from some of our community schools and youth and singers from our community as well. We do have a special reveal that will take place, and then at 10 a.m. we're going to be hosting a breakfast, a buffet style breakfast that will replace the Dab One breakfast for the month of December. And that will start at 10 a.m. and then you can do kind of self-guided tours throughout the new center and whatnot. There'll be demos going on with classes and programming that'll be taking place at the center itself. Some of our art consultants will be there to talk about some of the art pieces that are in the facility itself. And then we'll also have some folks from our master plan, the parking and master plan, to be there to talk about the master plan for the department itself. And then staff will be with us, obviously, as well. So we're going to leave a couple of these cards in the back for anybody who's interested or who wants to take a physical invitation with them tonight. We're looking forward to the event. It is a beautiful center. We're very excited for all of you to join us and to welcome the reopening of Brewer. I am incredibly excited to be there as the director and just look forward to engaging and building relationships with you all. Thank you so much.
I'm the last.
Over a couple of things that our department is doing for holidays that are upcoming. Our annual holiday event is this Friday. It's a community event. It's free for families. It's called Winter Wonderland. It's at Napster Park, which is on East Douglas. It's from 6 to 8. We're going to be out there regardless of the weather. Which I think it's a total direct one. Santa will be there. You can take pictures with Santa. They'll have s'mores and others live entertainment as well. It's fun about. As Lisa mentioned, that the immigration master plan is being kicked off, and they are going to be Winter Wonderland. There's pop-up events are going to be at its consulting team of RDG Planning and Designs, Pros Consulting, and Venice Communications. They are going to facilitate the stakeholder meetings and pop-up facilitations. I'll just announce where they're at and then tell you what the website is at the end if you want more information. Winter Wonderland, they're there from 6 to 8. Brewer on Saturday, they're there from 9:30 to 11:30. They're going to be at the Sam's Club on North Mays Road Saturday, December 13th from 11 to 1. Another event that we have going on, I'll talk about that they're going to be at is here Watson Park Christmas Express. It's at OJ Watson Park on South Plain Boulevard. It's another holiday event. Visit Santa at the North Pole. I believe it's $15. You just visit Santa and maybe get us some more. And then there's a VIP package that's $20. More information is available on our website about that event. It will be there 5 to 7 Saturday, December 13th, and at Walmart on North Meridian, the one in, I guess, Park City, 12 to 2, Tuesday, January 20th, and at the Walmart on West Kellogg, say January 21st from 11 to 1. There's also a public open house at the Boston Recreation Center on Wednesday, January 21st from 4:30 to 7. For more information on the Imagine ICT Parks and Rec Master Plan, you could go to wichita.gov/parks, PRKS plan. That's really all I got. Does anybody have any other?
So I've got some questions, Jeff. So it's lots of events. So what's your expectation turnout?
For Winter Wonderland?
I love
Winter Wonderland, we usually get a couple thousand people at it.
Right.
Family.
But when you're going, like Sam's and Walmart and those sort of things, I mean, is it just availability or do people come intentionally to interact?
I think they're at those events just to get more from the community because they want to get our, the community spending on our upcoming.
And then do you feel like there's a lot of community engagement when they're there? I mean, does it meet your expectations?
So. So we're just now starting this. This is gonna be our first round with the master plan. So our intention is to go to the places where people shop at, where we may, you know, and ask them a couple of questions, and then having. Which one of the probably we're open. December 6th, 8:30, like your alarms. Yeah, and like I said, Walmart is a great place and people are going out, in and out, and it's shopping. So, you know, we definitely need to do it, so anything to the next, get.
I'd be interested in feedback after that,
absolutely.
you know.
It's
It's great.
Are you gonna still taking activities or within the probably for recreation center?
Please, yes, if you have a program idea, we are more than willing to go on to the website. We have a proposal form that you can submit information and we'll get back to you usually 48, 72 hours after. Right now, we're planning our January, February session. But yes, no idea is silly. We are very open. Anybody likes to do kind of sewing, knitting, cooking, we're open. Mahjong is the new, Mahjong is my class. So, yes, so. Yes.
She's on
Big
my
Mahjong.
back.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Thank you. We offer Mahjong at Edgewater, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Members of the public.
Hi everyone, I'm Carter Daniel from our Angelo branch. On Saturday, December 13th, we'll host Art Connecting Hearts at the Dance Learning Library from 10 to 2. This is a come and go community art experience provided in partnership with Art Connecting Hearts. This is an initiative led by local philanthropist Valdir Matur. Approaching total blindness, Matur paints shapes and colors that still appear to and has the local youth enhance each painting with their own unique touch. In honor of his 90th birthday, 90 of these paintings will be available to purchase, with proceeds going towards continued art activities for local youth diversion talk. Additionally, attendees can help name art pieces, and children can contribute to a mural as a community project. On the same day, we will host a party in honor of literary icon Jane Austen's 250th birthday at the Advancing Library from 2 to 4 p.m. We are cordially invited to attend the Regency themed party for tea, trivia, games, and more. Fans of the beloved author are encouraged to showcase their deep knowledge of the subject, debate about Austen's best stories of adaptation, and on their most elegant Regency time. We would like to give a friendly reminder that there is still plenty of time to complete your 2025 Lead ICT Challenge partnership with KMUW and Wichita. Each year, Wichita's community of readers are challenged to read 12 books in 12 categories so readers can expand their horizons and discover something new. So far, nearly 200 out of 1,000 plus participants have finished this year's challenge, with nearly 8,000 unique book songs. If you need more motivation to finish strong, please visit wichitalibrary.org/readict to find reading recommendations and ways to connect with other readers. Additionally, the Advancing Library will host an all-day reading wrap-up party on Saturday, December 20th. Join us for a celebration of another successful year of Read ICT, where you can read, swap books, and get recommendations for any categories you have left. After that, stay tuned for our 2026 Read ICT awards. More details are coming soon. While most school districts in the area are out from December 20th to January the 4th, the Wichita Public Library is the place to go to your kids, learning, happy, and connecting with others. Visit the library's calendar of events at wichitalibrary.org/events. find exciting activities throughout the Wichita area during the break. All Wichita Public Library locations will be closed on Wednesday, December the 24th, and Thursday, December the 25th, in observance of Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Additionally, we will close at 5 p.m. on December the 31st, and be closed all day on Thursday, January the 1st, in observance of this day. The Wichita Public Library wishes you all a safe and happy holidays. Lastly, the library would like to remind you all that the meeting room facilities policy will be changing on January 1st of next year. Organizations and nonprofits engaged in educational, intellectual, advocacy, civic, charitable, or religious activities may reserve meeting rooms for free, so long as the activities support our strategic goal to be a community hub for learning and engagement. Meeting rooms will no longer be available for commercial purposes or private or individual use. For more information, visit our meeting room page at wichitalibrary.org. That's all I have.
So, the band book event that we did a couple months ago, what was the feedback on that? Did you feel like there was pretty good participation?
So we had several events. They were very well attended, and I spoke to one community member who attended one event, saying, "Oh, but
Good, perfect. Keep up that great work. There's your pleasure. Thank you.
This place online to plan and receive file staff reports. I need to forward agenda, we're going to find what days of course. And go to.
I think we're I think you guys know in the group about spending over when we're doing the there, kind of with the students out of college, where we teach students how to run their own business. So we have a company business event where we'll be talking about some new licenses. We have them interested and this kind of. Yeah, we wanted to change it. And I have a nonprofit called Community Rich Action. We have a, after school on Mondays, we're running a program in which we're offering activity, we give kids a meal. We are a psychic joy for tribes. We're giving away shoes and clothing, some form of donations, and I would be happy to have it. And if you have any young people between K and sixth grade and do stuff for Zoom on Mondays, we're open. Our address is for 1017. There's no fee to the schooling, but it's going to be homework, a free meal, an activity, and a motivation to speak every Monday to school.
You know that a lot of people have commentary or just interested in learning more about the conversations surrounding sales tax. And so regardless of how you feel, you can go to wichitaforward.org or their Facebook page to learn more about what is out there right now. I've been told that more will be shared in the future. So please take time to do your research and take a stand on how you feel as a constituent. And then feel free to let your council members know how you feel about that as well. That's going to be incredibly important. You have a say as both constituents and individuals who will pay into that sales tax. So please take the time to do your research. I know it's easy with social media to see a post and to take that as truth or gospel, but I'm going to ask that we all do our due diligence in asking our questions, reaching out to the individuals to really dive in, and maybe even providing some pushback if necessary, so that way we can ensure that it fits our needs, and if we want it or don't want it, make that plain. The second thing is Operation Holiday with Humankind Ministries is happening again. So if you have, gently used clothes or jackets or hats or gloves, please take the time to both donate, and if you know of a family in need, please take the time to apply for that. And then finally, Jonas Brothers are coming to Wichita, and they're coming to District 1 at North Bank Arena, December 3rd. So please get out, spread the word, even if you cannot attend that concert, even if you're not a Jonas Brothers fan. Here's why I say do that. The more activity that we have showing up to those concerts drives tourism into our community. That tourism helps support our economy, and then we get to enjoy more things in terms of the quality of life. So I think I know 2 Jonas Brothers songs. So I'll be jamming out to those 2 songs, and hopefully we can do more to support that. We need more artists coming into Wichita to support our economy as well. I think there might be a question back there. Oh.
Sorry, I just wanted to add that we have Operation Holiday drop boxes at all of our library locations.
Thanks for doing that, folks.
I know the date's far off, but Wichita Wagon Masters want to go announce that our next cheerleading kickoff will be the last Saturday in September. As usual, it's Saturday, September 26th. I'm bringing it up because this year it also coincides on that same day as the Somewhere Music Festival. There's going to be probably some announcements coming down the road of potential collaborations and unique opportunities, things to do. Galactic Boat Events, $5 tickets, 5% of proceeds go to local nonprofits. Brings me to my other point. If you know anyone who has a local nonprofit, especially a smaller one that might not qualify for some of the large grants, our proceeds from the last Chili Fest are now with Wichita Community Foundation as a part of our Good Life Grants Fund. You can go to the WichitaFoundation.org, find that grant, apply for up to $1,000 by January 15th. And I think it may even increase that range depending on how many grants we end up getting out. But there will be a number of grants and multiple organizations who review for you. That's to see the grant. So just check it out. It's all about it.
Right, so I have one, you're gonna think initially it's unrelated in Wichita, but it is. So I volunteer at Hope in the Valley Equine Rescue. I'm sure there's horse lovers here. Our Christmas open house is December 13th from 1 to 5. And the location is 9025 North Broadway in Valley Center. Sam, why are you telling me about something in Valley Center? Well, 2 of the horses that WPD, Wichita Police Department had, came from Hope in the Valley Rescue. It's a very worthwhile organization. So if you're love horses or interested in learning more, you can come to that holiday open house December 13th, 1 to 5. That helps us out.
No, I don't have anything.
We're gonna move on now to the slight shift without objection in the agenda. There's requests from planning. I'm going to bounce around to move the Secretary with some dates up. Item 9 and before 6, as well as new council member updates before 6 items stuff. So without objection, we can go ahead and do that. And move then to item number 9 to planning so that they can be able to get to the next daily. When you're here to speak to the zoning case, know that you'll have an opportunity and after your staff presents, then does grab last questions to staff, then there'll be an opportunity for the agents to present. And after that, we open it to the public to give a comment on the zoning case. And once that is closed, it goes back to the CAB. They will vote. So we'll have an opportunity to discuss after city staff and the applicant present.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Christina Reed. I'm with the Metropolitan Area Planning Department. Today, I'm only presenting one case. It's a conditional use case. So for this specific report, they're requesting a conditional use to allow an accessory apartment. It's zoned for 2 family, and it's 0.16 acres in size. It's 1 block north of East 13th Street, and then 1/4 mile east of North Road. So the address for that is 1430 North Estella Avenue. The subject site is currently developed with a single family dwelling that looks pretty new. I think it was just constructed. So the future construction of the detached accessory apartment is going to be 15 feet behind the main house that's already been constructed, and then 8 feet from the side property line, and then 50 feet from the rear. So there's setback standards, so the minimum distance between the property line and where you can build. And so based on that site plan, they meet all of the setback requirements. Accessory apartments are subject to section 3D6A of the Unified Zoning Code. It basically talks about how you can only have up to one accessory apartment. It has to be visually compatible with the main house. It has to be under the same ownership. It can't be split or divided and sold into a condominium. And water and sewer also have to be connected. Skipping ahead here, this subject site was platted in 1909 as part of the Roseville addition, and there's no zoning case associated with this. In terms of conformance to plan and policies, the proposed use is in conformance to the community investments plan. The Wichita Future Growth Concept Map identifies the site as appropriate for residential uses, so this is a residential use. And then the Places for People plan has a list of strategies that help guide the community in their actions to create walkable places within Wichita. Strategy 5 aims to provide a diversity of housing options to attract new residents and allow existing residents to remain in the established central area. And then strategy 6 aims to encourage infill and redevelopment that is contextual to the environment in which it is occurring. So we believe that, you know, the proposed accessory apartment is in conformance with these strategies. In terms of the Central Northeast Plan Area Update, Initiative 8.1 of that plan calls to promote new home construction on vacant lots. So staff is recommending approval of the conditional use, subject to the conditions listed in your staff report. I won't really go over all of them. And this recommendation is based on the golden factors that we apply to every single zoning case. And those are also listed in your staff report. I have not heard any comment from the public on the proposed accessory apartment. I did receive some phone calls because people assumed that it was an apartment for rent. I'm not sure if it's going to be rented or if it's just going to be for a family member. That information was not disclosed on the application. And I will give you guys a little update. So the Advanced Plans Committee, which is a subcommittee of the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission, they're actually proposing that this become an administrative process because the success rate of accessory apartments so far has been 100%. So with that, we can go to some, this is a zoning map here. Everything that you see in yellow is zoned for 2-family, but it's developed with single family houses. This is the future growth concept map showing that it's appropriate for residential uses. And here's some of the site codes. This went to the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission on November 13th, and they recommended approval of the space as well. And the protest period ends today for the specific case. So with that, I will stand for questions.
You say success rate of 100%. Success rate.
Approval rate, I'm sorry.
Okay. Approved by the city council?
So not everyone goes to city council, just the way that the conditional use process works. If the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and the District Advisory Board both recommend approval, and there are no protests filed, it is automatically approved. It's only if there's protests or if the recommendations are different, then it goes to city council for final action.
And then the next questions are related to follow-ups. So I understand it has to be under the same ownership. For how long? And how does the city police or ensure compliance with that? The same with the utilities.
So the reason that we ask that the water and sewer connect is so that it doesn't get split up. Yeah, if the plumbing is literally connected, it's hard to divide it.
But it's not impossible. I mean, so theoretically, the person could go in and sell this off, and the city wouldn't be any the wiser. Am I wrong?
But then the conditional use would be revoked.
Okay. Okay. So there are rails or
there are
mechanisms.
mechanisms.
Okay. Thank you.
And you said that there was no comments from the public. Yeah.
I would say, applicant here, we can go be an opportunity. If the applicant's here and you want to say anything, is.
I retransplant Austin where babies are.
I also moved here from Austin.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I was like, that was just like it. And it seems like most of them looked pretty normal and were compliant with like the design and very compatible, but some seemed really large. And is there anything kind of if you guys are thinking about taking it to that administrative process where it can kind of be a little bit smoother and uniform, you guys don't have to use your time like this, is there anything that will get wrapped into it to make sure that those don't maybe someday like before the original dwelling?
Sure, so, one of the conditions, that is listed in the staff report, one of the supplemental use regulations. This is on page 2 of the staff report, that it has to be compatible with the main dwelling unit, so that's going to remain in place. And they'll have to submit a site plan, just like they did for this report, and so the site plan has to be approved. So that's where they're showing the architectural compatibility, and making sure they're building wharf and heat structure. Yeah.
With the process,
Congratulations, I haven't heard places for people for years. Thanks.
feedback, comments? Make motions to including the staff. Wait, second. Opposed? Opposed, passing on. Thank you. We're gonna move to capital number upgrades.
Walking all the way up here to say I don't have any update. Technically, it's enough that way. I will be quick. Few updates for this week. Tomorrow, the city council will vote on the contract for the offer city manager to Dennis Marsall. That's the first item that will be on the agenda. On Thursday, we'll receive an update publicly from the Health Foundation on the 29th and Grove funding. So that will be coming out, and the folks who receive funding, where that went, what that looks like. So we want to look out for that coming out Thursday. You heard about Saturday over at the Brewer Center. I think it's going to be exciting. If you knew Mayor Brewer, you should be there. You should be one of the first 100 people who will get something special. On top of a really good breakfast and the tours of the facility. I have purposely not went to go see that facility as it was finished. Last time I was in there, the floors were dirt. But I did see the video online and it looks amazing in there. So I know it'll look even better in person. So again, this coming Saturday, 8:30, doors will open. Love to have you all there. It'll be a great time. I think we will keep it open until noon. But I'm sure with all the people that'll be there, may stay a few extra minutes. But we'd love to see you all there. You heard the information on the sales tax. I really hope that everybody engages in that, looks up all the information. Some of it seems nebulous now, but most of like the public safety, all of that is stuff the council has approved in CIP anyway. With that sales tax being funded early instead of in the next 10 years. So make sure you look at that, go to the website. There's going to be several opportunities where the public can engage. That is not being led by the council. So, you know, I have all my little points and stuff, tell you all of that. Can answer some questions about it, but that is more community led. And again, an opportunity for folks to vote on that. Many of you may have heard me over the years talk about some of our budget concerns that we have as a council as far as funding goes. A lot of that is looking at infrastructure needs and other needs of our city. But again, engage, whether you like it or don't like it. Try to be informed on that, try to get everybody informed. And then if council puts that on the ballot come March, say yes or no to it and let us know what you think. But then continue to engage the council in future years on budget. All of that is important. There's going to be some tough times ahead. Some of the decisions that we made years ago and put funding in the strategic reserve have helped, but that runs out at some point. So again, stay engaged. That sales tax conversation is going to be a really important one. There's some good in there. There's some things I know I've seen online people don't like, but nothing's perfect. There's going to be some things that you like and some things that you don't, but I just ask that you be informed on it. A couple last things. My last breakfast will be next month. And my last district advisory board as your council member. And I asked council member elect Shepherd to join me in January. So I'm not the one that is so entertaining. Councilmember-elect Shepherd will be. I know when I have my breakfast in December, sometimes I'm a little dry, but that will be the last one. We'll share that together. December, of course, is the Brewer Center. And then the last DAB meeting will be on January 5th. So those are my updates. Sure, there's a lot of things that have been in the news you may have questions about. Happy to answer anything unless it's too hard, and I will pass that to Councilmember-elect Shepherd.
But then I'll pass it back to Councilmember Johnson.
Questions, comments, Councilman Dab?
The question about the police forum week. You know, some of the same things keep coming up, like community led or suggested statistics reported back to the community. What's it gonna take to kind of move some of this stuff, like just move it forward?
Some of that is tied to new systems that we're getting so we can provide better data. One of those, I forget the name of the police system that they were using, was not the best. It took a lot of staff hours to pull all that information together. Once all of that gets implemented, they'd be able to pull out reports a lot easier to share information. That really has been an issue with some of their systems going back a few chiefs. Because I know back when I served on the state advisory board, we were looking at data. The way Wichita submitted data was different than everywhere else, but it was because of the system. Chief Ramsey got us into niche. Niche was not a good system, but on the surface it looked like it. Operationally it wasn't. That's where a lot of the data stuff that you and others asked for comes from. Takes them a long time to get it. I know they're looking at a new system. We just improved a few things on council that I think will get implemented to make that easier. That can be at a DAB, that can be at a breakfast, that can be at a requested town hall. They can come to a meeting with that, but a lot of their challenge was just the systems they were using to get that data.
If that. It's been an excuse. These effort for a really long time, but they seem to be able to fast track things like their operations center and so forth. So it's frustrating to kind of hear this. And then, is there an update, and you might not know this, but on this accreditation that they're pursuing, are they getting closer or how long before they can check that box?
Which, I know that there was one that the government mentioned to me that I think they have. There's another one, I believe that they're trying to get, that we as. So I don't know if you all know, I'm the chair of CPOST, which oversees law enforcement state. Governor Kelly appointed me there in 2020. So we have an accreditation we're doing throughout the state. I think WP is trying to get that as well.
But it's been ongoing for, I don't know, a year or two anyway, so I just didn't know anything.
Some of that was on the CPOST side. And then it's tough to get that. I think they're going to.
Yeah, expected.
That I don't know because I don't want the perceived me being a council member, so I don't get a lot of this updates. When I roll off, I will talk more about that. But anything Wichita is doing, I usually hear about in our general meeting with everybody else going back. Seeing different things.
Just so folks are clear on the sales tax, is that the large date back to the uniform election date that the letter?
Yeah.
Okay. That's definitely sad.
And that's if council approves it. I know we bumped it off. I think it's coming on the 16th to our council meeting for us to vote on.
That'd be an item that folks can speak on.
Yep.
And isn't this super majority or something for you?
Simple majority.
Yeah, then
Have you seen any impacts that lowering the mill levy has had? I know that the average revenue say $13 a year. What impact are we?
We were okay this year. The impact will be next year. So this year we saw a $2.3 million hit to our budget. But again, we have funding reserves to cover for some of that. So we were able to maintain, which looks and feels good to folks until you realize like that's real dollars that we're not going to get back. Approving this sales tax gives another property tax relief. But Again, if it's not tied to an increase, if the voters say no, if there's ever an extension, then there's a property tax increase. Or city government is just in a terrible situation. So lowering it for property tax purposes would be a part of that, but again, when you look at the one meal, like those are real hits to the budget that can have an impact, but most of that impact would be next year.
And so with the sales tax that's being proposed and what the public has been able to read through the Wichita Business Journal and other articles, will the council have an opportunity, since it will be voted on in December, is what I understood? Will the council have an opportunity to offer friendly amendments to what is being proposed within that sales?
Yes.
So the community could say, hey, we like the idea of a property tax reduction. However, it should only be afforded to those whose home is over a certain value.
Good.
The state has accepted food tax, if that would be. In shares. But we have to be a.
So due to the way the legislature wrote that, we have no power to exempt food. That is part of the, well, it should be part of the legislative agenda for next year to get them to change that. It came up at one point and members of the legislature, at least the majority, said no to it. That was something that I think multiple cities wanted to see was if they implemented a sales tax, it still would be on food. But the legislature kind of said that's something.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. That what proposed is a proposal. It's not set in stone.
Right.
And that the public has an opportunity to engage their council members who can from the bench offer amendments to what is being proposed before you vote on whether or not it should even be on the ballot for the public to decide.
Yeah, but what the council votes on is what the meeting on. So if the public wants to change and the public convinces a majority of the members of the council to shift direction and then approve, that's what goes in the ballot. Right now, there's a group of people who put together a proposal based on public information in the CIP and all of that, conversations around property tax, put together a plan for presenting that to council as is, since the public has the ability to say they want something different.
The last thing that I will ask was, can we receive a commitment out of you to look at the regressive nature of the sales tax? That data shows disproportionately impacts low income folks, so poor people. To really look at what other opportunities are available to help make sure that though it is regressive for certain socioeconomic status, that there are progressive opportunities available by way of infrastructure, economics, etc.
Yes, you have my commitment on. I mean, that's the conversation I've been having. Is that was why I was very public about. I know that we talked about property tax, and I was the only one very loudly saying we should raise property tax. But you raise a meal, it's $14, 1%, can be somewhere 200 a year. So there has to be things in there to help folks who are lower income. Councilmember Hoheisel's talked about anybody who qualifies for the Homestead Act, which takes care of 75% of your property tax. Maybe some funds match that, so you get 100% relief on that. And that is the folks who need it, fixed income, seniors, poor folks. I think there needs to be more. I do know that some of the Wichita Forward people are thinking about that. That's a conversation we've had. Nothing set out planned yet, but again, I know people want to know information. That conversation happened. That was kind of the first thing I said. I've always believed the sales tax is okay if you are providing some of the basic needs for folks. So, you know, if you are lower income, but you're getting sidewalks in your community, your concrete streets are getting fixed, your park is getting can only afford going to a library. If we were paying for those things, it's kind of a trade-off there. If it's other stuff, it's kind of hard to see it. So I've always felt that. I hope that no matter what happens with this one, the next sales tax, if there is one, it's more oriented towards that type of stuff. I care a lot about quality of life. See how it goes. But you have my perspective on that.
Thank you. That's why we put the timeline. I know there's going to be a lot of public feedback and initial interest, but a lot of skepticism on how those funds will get used. So in that, so two questions here. One is, if that you're looking at March date, what's the cutoff that council has to vote on it to be able to get on the ballot? Like, how much time does the public have to give feedback to you all before having that vote continuing to elect it? So in December 16th, so that is something less really quicker. And there also, that language can be very specific and binding with the on where those funds go, especially.
Yeah, so yeah, if you look at public safety, the vast majority of that is actually the fire department. In that, if you go into CIP, so all of this is public, it's not something trying to be hid. Fire stations, believe we have a few fire trucks. I'm excited about that part just because there's like a 5-year wait on fire trucks right now. So if we ordered 3, you wouldn't see those until 2030. So there's an opportunity to invest early in that. That's in there, but a lot of that could be out there where you'll see CIP projects actually cost. Some of the challenges, costs may go up because again, sometimes you have people who throw tariffs on stuff and then costs go up, or economy things happen and costs may go up. But aside from that, the base costs and the base things would be what's in there. There shouldn't be anything nebulous. Maybe this week.
So the public questions comes to the council member. Oh, I'm so sorry.
So you think that over in the future, there's things in the real fast that will be with lower economic citizens or whatever. So what's in there right now? You talked about sidewalks. So what's in there right now that would benefit like the average budget size budget?
So we have to look at that in the way that I'm talking about it. So if you're looking at new fire stations, fire trucks, all of that benefits everybody, and especially folks lower income areas, because we live in denser areas, we need quicker response times. I think there's, and I don't have it in front of me, but I think there's some other opportunities for investment downtown. When I talk about what I want to see, and what I have been saying since I've been in office is I want to see something like maps where we go out into our various neighborhoods and we talk to our community about what is it that they want, what is it that they need, what's lacking in the neighborhood, be very specific about that. In Wichita, we have what's going to be a state-of-the-art community center at Brewer, next is Plainview, but after that, what do we have in District 4, is District 6 at Evergreen? Are we making investments like that? And there's neighborhoods over here. We don't have sidewalks all over here. Can we invest in doing something like that? When we look at bike lanes, especially in the core, we don't have those protected right now. Could we invest in that? So when I say quality of life, I'm talking about that. I talk about how, as excited as I am about my Andrew Library having that expanded space, I would love to see it double the size. Investments in libraries like that. There are some parks that we have when you look at CIP, like I think Murdoch Park is supposed to get equipment either anywhere between next year and 2028. I can look at that year. How could we just get an investment for newer equipment in Murdoch Park, newer things in that way? So I'm a parks, libraries type of person. That's what I want to see. That's not what this is, but also I don't get everything I want. So when I say the next one, I'm hopeful that if passed by council, if passed by the public, these public safety needs are happening, technology, equipment, building infrastructure, opportunities downtown, that we then can look at quality of life. And is there other bodies that have things? School district had things that they wanted to do. So I think there's an opportunity. Maps had different names in Oklahoma City that we need to do that here. But Wichita's challenge, though, is when we do something, we stop. So when we built the arena, we stopped. And instead of stopping, we should have went back out to the community, got a vision for more, and then kept going. So when I say what happens next is if it passes or if it fails, I hope that we can engage like that with the community at that level, come up with some items that people will say, yes, I really want to vote for that, even if I don't like this other piece, and then we can see that transformation happening.
But
So the things I said,
so how do, if the voters and stuff is being first? I know the really comes to city council meeting and express thoughts, but typically when it goes to city council, it's the done deal. So how does the community really get some impact into this 7-year tax proposal?
I will say, let us know what you think. Now, I will push back. I don't think it's a done deal when it comes to council. It's a lot of times, it is for me, speaking for myself. I don't have a yes or no. I listen for an argument to tell me if I'm leaning yes, why I shouldn't. If I'm leaning no, why I should. And other council members have shared that. I know from conversations, there have been times when folks have said they were for something and they were talked out of it about community input. So right now, it's giving feedback on what's here. And if there are ideas or thoughts to add something different, I would encourage to reach out to all the council members with that, not just one. Give your reasons why, if we're always interested in that. And then whether your ideas are added or not, then start to engage on the next one. Because what I'm talking about won't happen by December 16th. What I'm talking about takes a good year and a half to really engage and talk for you.
So, on that tax increase, so I know a lot of things that are in the CIP, but so how far should people be looking into the CIP to see what's actually being proposed by the sales tax? And I know in general, it's at like 225, and then for public safety. So is there a line item point by point by point, those things that they actually see what would be funded if we do?
Yeah, so public safety, if you look at the CIP, it's a 10-year document, so that one document has 10 years worth of projects in there.
This covers to
It covers, I think, the first 6 or 7 of that. Full 10 years is a lot more money. If you look in the CIP and you look under fire and police, you'll see the different equipment items. Again, I don't have the list in front of me, so I don't know which specific items out of that were talked about, but that document was already approved by the council, so it's not like we're adding something new to that piece on the public safety. Property tax, I don't know the mill levy decrease on that. I just looked up a list of checklist of what it was. Homelessness and housing, that's something we've been talking about, especially with Second Life. The convention space has been a conversation for quite a while. That didn't start with the Green Front Legacy Master Plan, but we've been talking about needing the convention space or improved convention space for quite some time. Improvements in Century 2, the public made it known that they liked the building and wanted to see something happen there. And then there's been a lot of talk about performing arts, and that's been there as well. So probably the most detailed thing you could look up right now is to look in our CIP, look at public safety, you'll see the projects. None from the public. I got more questions from Dad. Means everybody wants to talk about ask questions and comments. Council. All right. Nailed it.
I did have one more question for Faden. So am I understanding that if council suggests, if the public passes it, that would free up money in the CIP to do some of the core infrastructure investments that you can make, that you talked about, that would help contribute to the quality of life? Yep. So if we wanted to expand on, I know that's what's being proposed, which does help lower income folks, to be fair, is the endowment for Second Life to help our unhoused neighbors, to help with, I believe, transitional housing, even for folks who are living paycheck to paycheck. There are a lot of Wichitans who do, according to the Alice report by the United Way, you make $65,000 a year as a household, you are living paycheck to paycheck, according to that. Bring up money in that CIP could allow the council to say, we want to build on to doing more to help this population.
Yeah, so I was on that, but one, talk about the sales tax. One thing I do like about it is it frees up the opportunity for the council to have them debates, and it has the opportunity for the public, if you don't get what you want to see in this, to then go to the council again, 4-3 majority. There are projects you want to see in the core, certain neighborhoods that's already in the CIP or something should be in there. That then frees up dollars for them to talk about that in the next budget cycle and then get that approved and see that happen. You technically potentially get both. I prefer more of the money from sales tax going to it, but that gives opportunity for the public to engage the council and the council to make those votes. Thank you. We'll move on.
I have one really.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, for the same.
It's gonna cost you some chocolate donuts.
They just say online chatter, you know, it's a lot of folks are just like, it's dismissive of the things as a whole, or critical, or just like distrustful, I guess, would be the overall sentiment I kind of gather. And I know those voices are often kind of the loudest, I see the top, but for those of us who are, I think we're all probably on the same page in trying to ingest this as quickly as we can, knowing that this is on a quick timeline. How would you, I guess, respond to those that have like the strongest critiques? So the people who are like, I don't trust that this money is going to go to where you say it. It's like, what are the checks and balances? Like, how can you, I guess, impart some trust into this? For those who might be on the fence or those watching later who are like, I don't want this.
That question is tough because I always say if I could sit down and try to figure out why I distrust it, and what part of the process. Usually we can talk through. If it's you don't trust, like me as a council member, so I consider myself and not the rest of the council, then why don't you trust it? Where is an opportunity that maybe you feel I've been dishonest with you? And let's talk through it. Sometimes that works. It's tough in this time frame. Checks and balance wise, when you look at our CIP, like there's just so many different complexities. It's hard, but willing to sit down and talk to people about that. And that's why I just tell people to be informed about it. I understand from polling that people don't trust the city council. So we're at like 20%. And I get it because of some of the things we read about that aren't always accurate. Like you read that we spent 1.25 million on the ARC piece at the water treatment plant, and we didn't. And factually, we didn't. And when I pull out the chart to say that was the ARC budget, there was multiple pieces in that. Now, if you don't like the ARC, okay. But was it a budget and not just for one piece? Yes, factually, that's good. But I see online, and even some places that reported it, that's what we did. It's not true. So that's why I say if I can sit down and talk to somebody about it, then we can go through that. You don't have to like it, right? But I'm always one that'll give you the honest, transparent piece of it, and let's talk through it. And often there's some wiggle room. So I won't point any elbows at anybody in this room right now, but as we look through our property maintenance code, I met with somebody and this person gave me some really good suggestions and critiques on it. I shared that we're actually taking that into consideration, but not everybody knows that. So it's, if we can sit down and talk, that helps. It's tough again in 2 weeks to really do that, but I think if people see that, no matter what, you might read about it. It's great to have the opinion, but just have an informed opinion. That's why I just say look into it. You don't have to like the sales tax or whatever it is we're proposing, but really just look at the factual basis of it. Reach out to one of our, whether it's council, whether it's our staff. Like we will really sit down and talk to you about it. And we try to go from there. I think it's going to take time. I mean, I heard about the 20% maybe 2 years ago, and I'll just continue to say we just need to be more visible and talking to people and really dispelling some of the things that aren't approved. And then as we do that, also hearing people for what they want to see happen, what they want to see change and trying to go there. One of the biggest frustrations people have with me is I will explain the system to you. And not everybody likes that, or they think it sounds like I'm saying we can't do anything. And it's just, I just like you to be educated and informed. So if you tell me that, I won't touch that project, we're about to talk about it. But if you tell me, you know, something that we need to do that we can't, or if you ask about, like Michaela brought up, can you just wipe the 1% off the food stamp? Legislature did this is when they did it. This is who led that. This is why we can't. So if we do this, we still have this. So I tell you all of that before telling you what I think. Oftentimes, that leaves people informed, maybe sometimes frustrated with me, but I'd rather you be informed and maybe frustrated with me than not be informed and run with the wrong idea. So oftentimes it's just that sit down, really trying to talk one-on-one when we can. And especially with folks where we disagree with, because if you just talk to everybody you agree with, you don't really get to grow and understand. So all of that to say, I gave you a long answer, and that's why it's so hard, because you gotta have those types of conversations. But I've always been one that if you invite me to a room or to a meeting, whether people like me or not, I'm happy to listen and talk. If we leave with an understanding of the same information, but still disagree, well, it's gotta be informed on it. But we have a lot of work to do for us. And that, I think, is delivering on some of the things, some of the challenges we have on trust is change in council. So if you take District 3, for example, Platt Park, if you look at the plan from, I think, 2018, looks nothing like what it is today. But what happened was council priority changed. There was a new council member in District 3. And then there was another new council member in District 3. And in the latest one, Councilmember Hopeisel delivered on what he said. A basic park that was open to everybody, for everybody to access, and not all that extra development. And so people feel like they got lied to. I can understand that, but it was council priority change. And it was the council member who wanted to do something different. It's very open about that. But for folks who are living life, you gotta work, you got family, or you're just working 80 to 100 hours a week. Some people do that. You don't know that. So you thought you would see something and you see something different. Even look at the Brewer Center. If you look at the original rendering of the Brewer Center and what it looked like and all of that, doesn't look like that. But we had to fight FEMA for 3 years. And after fighting FEMA, things changed and it looks different. So some of that, again, is just explaining all those processes. And it's tough. And some people just take it as an excuse. But, you know, if we can sit down and talk about it, I think that made that answer. No other questions?
Other one else. I was just
Handle that. I'll come back to that.
This is the question that I've been floating around. How did a private group get so much traction on sales proposal when there's a lot of proposals that we go to the council and it gets noted and received from files? And how did this get so much traction?
For which,
The sales tax proposal.
I mean, what other proposals have just been received about?
Mary asked for a study on information and never really got a report concerning that.
Okay, well, those are two different things. So Mary Jane's original request to the city council was to create an ordinance that would establish a committee to look at reparations. In that process, the request changed twice. The first time I recommended a modification because it was based on, I think, a Kansas City ordinance that referenced a bunch of stuff that Wichita doesn't have, state statute wouldn't allow. Also gave the mayor 15 appointments to nobody on the council. And I made those suggestions for changes. And once that process was worked through with legal, there was some disengagement and then re-engagement, and there was a different request than the original request. And that went through all the processes. So it did get acknowledged. It was working through the process. And then by the time it was going to come to council, there was a new administration that didn't care anything about reparations with DEI and threatened to remove funding from cities. And the majority of the council felt like it was worth it to not entertain that as a threat to the city and losing funding. Millions of dollars goes over. So that never went forward to have that. We also had people trying to report us to the White House and other federal entities because they felt like we were still entertaining that too much and we were doing other things. And so that's what caused that. When it comes to sales tax proposal, this group came together, talked to different council members. They were funding it. City's not paying for it. So they had the money to pay for it, the engagement, talking to folks. And they came up with their plan, same with other plans that have come when it comes to some form of referendum. There's public engagement, it comes to the council, it goes back out. When it comes to creating an actual ordinance, we haven't said no to anybody from the beginning. They work through the process, the council supports it. Up to the bench for a vote, if they don't, then it was. Public answer.
Just one thought, the group you mentioned that's promoting this, they're very approachable and it's. I'm not for or against them, actually, I'm tired to find out more about the things that are not yet put to said, and there's a whole lot of ideas there. So I would encourage your people not just to reach out to you and Deb for information on who other folks in the city side, but actually go directly to them and find more from each of them. They're not anything that, and it's worth it, even if you end up not agreeing with them, probably the easier way to get information and kind of go to Facebook or something.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think everybody should get in the group, again, to be informed, whether you like it or not. They've been working to put all that together. We are reviewing that now, but ultimately I'm supportive of putting something on the ballot for people to say yes or no to. Deal with the public.
Clarify, that's Wichita Forum.
Wichita@gmail.com is where you can reach out.
Definitely be informed. Any other questions require chocolate comments?
Move on to item number 6. Mr. Douglas, Washington Grove, Works and Utilities, and an updated presentation. We'll have and up to the public people.
Thank you, Paul Geltman, city engineer. You were here last month to present this item. Working toward the item to the rest of the other additional. Since that time, we've met with the Wichita Bicycles Pedestrian Advisory Board on November 10th. And we've had 2 open conferences, one scheduled the 17th, and the other scheduled scheduled for after the evening. At the open house and even at the district advisory board, the question was asked by Douglas. Improvements to Douglas have been occurring for over 25 years. In 2000, Douglas was improved from Main Street to St. Francis. The project included repaving Douglas, including the intersections, new sidewalks, curb extensions, at intersections, landscaping, and pedestrian amenities. In 2010, project downtown. Plan recommended Douglas Avenue and Main Street corridors as primary corridors for the expanded 2-lane transit service. And Douglas, it also stated that Douglas should recently use streetscaping amenities and pedestrian crossings. The Douglas Avenue corridor transit development study that was completed in 2012 had recommended bus enhancement shelters, curb extensions, and improving tree care. Curb extensions and new bus shelters were installed in 2014 from Main Street to Washington along Douglas, with shelters added to the other branch. In 2017 or 18, the Douglas and Hydraulic intersection with Highway Safety Improvement Program funding for the ADOT to reduce crashes. Following that, East Douglas Street Plan in 2019, plan recognized traffic volumes were too low for current street configuration. Goals included fostering economic development and making walking and bicycling safe and comfortable. Douglas is a major east-west roadway through downtown and could be considered a gateway connecting Delano, downtown, Old Town, and Divine District. The city has committed to improvements along Douglas for many years, including west of the river through Delano, and soon to be Meridian, soon should be west to Meridian, with an upcoming project to improve Douglas, the 3-lane roadway with shared lane markings. Identify parking along the street. Proposed concept for the builder. Next, the next project to improve the Douglas corridor. A little background on the project. On February 6, 2024, the City Council approved design funding for multiple capital improvement program for projects, including Douglas and Washington Grove. In July of 2024, the City Council approved an agreement with Hoffman Company to develop design concepts for Douglas, Washington Grove. The design concept will incorporate the past work completed by Hoffman while taking a new look to address all users, including adjacent property owners / businesses, motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians. Thank you. In pictures of the existing conditions, we can look east at Ida. And this is a 5-lane roadway with parallel parking on the north side, and then you're parking on the south side. And as you can see, it looks like a sea of pavement. Prior to that configuration, in 2018, Douglas was a 5-lane roadway with parallel parking on both sides of the street. Name is Delano, which you'll see pictures of later in this presentation. Prior to that improvements of 2003. This is a photo looking west of hydraulic. Again, I mentioned that the intersection was improved in 2018. In 2020, the speed limit was reduced from 35 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour in this area with Douglas. Next slide. This is a photo looking east of hydraulic. Again, we have left turn lanes at the intersection. And east of hydraulic, Douglas is 4-lane roadway with parallel parkings on both sides of the street. This is a photo looking west along Douglas. They're just west of Grove Street. The Douglas is 5 lanes at the intersection. However, it tapers back down to 4 lanes. Within that first block, the Douglas between Grove and Spruce, there's no parking. The sidewalks are narrower throughout the rest of the remaining corridor. Property owners have inquired about additional sidewalk. And in the plan you'll see in a few minutes accommodates that, as well as on-street parking on the north side within this block. You can also see 2 eastbound lanes. The outside lane is wider, down for bus parking. However, narrows at the intersection of Grove, causing weaving issues prior to the intersection. Again, you'll see a picture later in the presentation showing that line of the roadway. The proposed concept will clearly mark spaces for buses and the eastbound travel. There is also an existing pedestrian crosswalk that will be improved with the project that you can see in the background. We're across from the east project. Next slide. Thank you. One of the concerns mentioned at the district advisory board previous policies. Truck turning movement at specific intersections. Curb extensions have been removed and or modified at specific intersections after receiving feedback from property owners. This would accommodate truck traffic, Lander Street to Ash Street with east of I-135, where the median modifications were made. Median placements have been discussed with Chief Cadence, Wichita Fire, Captain Miller, the Wichita Police Department, and Twin Price Transit Director. They can all navigate proposed medians as they have on other 3-lane roadways throughout town with raised medians scattered throughout. Traffic flow and lane configuration, the 3-lane roadway can accommodate 17,000 vehicles per day. Sean will show later in the presentation that the traffic volumes are well within that. And East High School traffic during release. We heard concerns about that. Staff has met with USD representative from USD 259. We removed the medians that were in front of East High with the exception of one that is located adjacent to the existing signalized pedestrian crosswalk. We believe it is important to keep that median, provide additional safety for students as they cross levels. The entrance to the Steve's parking lot to the west has also been moved back to its original location. The previous concept that you'd seen, we suggested moving that garage approach west to align with Ash Street. However, after meeting with the school, we decided to keep that in its original location. And we have also revised the proposed bus storage that has been moved east and to reflect current conditions, staging as they stage now at the given point, which is near a bus shelter just west of Branch Street. The arrival and dismissal times for buses should operate as they do now. And with that, I will turn it over to Sean to go through the rest of the presentation. And we can stand for question.
Sean Meadows, Chief Design Engineer for the city. Start off with, we'll look at the next slide. See if I run it up here. Okay. Talk about existing traffic volumes. These, and this was mentioned at the last open house, these are actually older numbers. These are from 2017 and 2018. 2017 is for the east leg of Washington. The other ones are from 2018. Part of the reason I was using these was that we look at the next we'll look at the whole Douglas corridor to kind of give you an idea of what the traffic volumes are through the whole thing. Those are what I had for those, so I didn't want the numbers to look out of whack or different. We did do, after the first DAB meeting, we did do some speed. We did look at the speed through this corridor, and those locations were roughly Douglas and Spruce and Douglas and Cleve. So Spruce would be just to the east, that's right, west of Grove, and then Cleveland is actually this street right here. So it's 2 blocks to the east of Ohio. And ultimately what that data showed as far as the ADT, and we had it out there for 3 days, school was in session, and the traffic volumes actually went down. So one of the thoughts was maybe these traffic volumes didn't reflect what was there now. At Grove or Spruce, whatever, however you want to look at it, is around 10,300 is what we got in November, middle of November of this year. And then the one in Cleveland was actually 9,300. That number that's shown there was actually at the intersection of the west leg of Douglas Hydraulic. That could be some of the difference, but these numbers have not gone up over time, or not recent time, and they've actually gone down. Next slide. So talk about the whole Douglas corridor. Traffic volumes range from 12,000 on the east end to 13 and 15,000 at Washington. And then you get to McLean, the east leg of McLean and Douglas goes up to 15,000. Then you go through Delano and it ranges from 9,500 on the west end to around 12,000 on the east end of that section. Next slide. Want to talk through some benefits of a 3-lane versus a 4-lane. Particularly safety, and there's a couple different slides here that we'll go through and talk through some of these, but I want to highlight the top 3 that are mentioned here, and those are rear end accidents, side swipes, and left turns. You look at this diagram right here. So this is the 4-lane, and what you can't see is this vehicle back here. So as soon as this vehicle goes by, this vehicle can pull in front and not realize there's actually somebody there. You see the benefit here, you're head to head, you can actually see back behind. So that's some of the left turns will go down. National studies, they range a little bit, but in general, it's around 40% for those type of, or 40% for the rear end. The rear end is somebody making a left turn here and somebody not realizing and following them, either due to them doing something else or somebody else jumps out of line and is able to get over it, and this, or the next car behind them can't. And so they're going too fast, they run into the back of it. And then side swipes would be the same type of maneuver. Somebody trying to either avoid hitting them or trying to get out of line because they're cued here because this car can't move, and getting over and not seeing somebody in a blind spot. So those are 3 of the major accidents that you will reduce by going to a 3-lane versus a 4-lane. Talk a little bit about pedestrian access. It's much easier for a pedestrian for a multitude of reasons. Crossing distance is less in general. What you're going to have, we'll show it in some of the design concepts, you see pedestrian crossing, particularly like in front of East High, the crossing length is significantly less. It also is one lane of traffic that you can go across, so you're not trying to look at 4 different lanes and figure out whether you can go across or not. Because on a 4 lanes, there is nowhere to stop in the middle. Next slide. This is just a better illustration of the reason a 3 lane works better. So if you were in a 4 lane, it would be more like these 2 cars, and then you can't see that angle there. You can't see very far behind. So this car goes through, you turn, and then there's somebody coming outside lane. Next slide. This is a list of multiple lane conversions that have been done. You don't necessarily, once you got zero in onto any of them. There's a bunch of different locations. This was done as part of the Douglas stuff we looked at 2019, 2020 for this same section of Douglas. These were some that SALT came up with as far as range with lane reconfigurations that were done. There's a handful of them in California. There's some in North Carolina, Florida, Michigan, Montana, Canada, Washington. There's a number of them in Washington. And ultimately, the numbers range a little bit depending on what you're looking at. In general, the traffic volumes stay roughly the same or can even go up. There are a few outliers where, for whatever reason, traffic did drop slightly, but most of those numbers were significantly higher than we're looking at here anyway. So you're looking at 17, 20, 22, 25,000 vehicles, and some of those, a number of those actually went up after the 3 lane was struck. Next slide. So Paul mentioned this a little bit. This is from a screenshot from the drone that East High or the school district actually looked at. So these are the buses parked on the south side. 2 through lanes for eastbound traffic. Where this turn lane ultimately that is the turn lane for hydraulic, for Grove, the left turn, there's a taper here. And so this pavement marking gets smaller and smaller. So if you're in this outside lane, what you end up doing is you have to stop because there's not enough room for you to get through, or you have to merge. On the video, this truck right here gets on the accelerator significantly to get over in front of this vehicle. This car, you can see, already realized it or knows what's going on, and they've actually already started to transition over because they have space to do so. Next slide. This is just a street view of that. So again, this is that left turn lane starting for hydraulic. This is looking to the east. Roughly where this picture was taken was at that crosswalk, pedestrian crosswalk for East High. And what you see is where this starts, this lane starts to taper down. And if you're driving through in the outside lane, you either stop because you can't get through, or you have to merge over into the inside lane. So in essence, this right now is functioning as a 3 lane when the school buses are there, because there's only 1 through lane in eastbound traffic. Next slide. School arrival. So this is the entrance over here. This is the entrance into East High. So what you see is 1 vehicle making a left turn here. So you're either going to back up, or if you know what's going on and you see this and drive this corridor significantly, you're going to be in this outside lane to get through so you don't get caught behind some of that. Same thing, Waco from Central to Murdoch, or Central to Douglas, where we had a 4 lane converted to the 3 lane, and the lane utilization was not good. You got to 2nd and McLean, where there was a bunch of left turning movements, and everybody realized if you drove the corridor much, you would stay in the outside lane regardless of how many cars were there. If there was somebody in front of you, because you didn't want to get stuck behind somebody making a left turn. Next slide. One of the places we would start when we start looking at the design of any project would be something like the bike master plan. So this is the 2023 bike master plan for the core area, around the core area. You can see the legend down here. This right here is Douglas through this corridor. This is 135 right here. So what you can see is the light blue dots. So what it had identified is shared lane markings. Next slide. This is the 2024 bike master plan or an update to the 2013 master plan. Again, core area here, you can see first and second are the blue, which are the bike lanes. You can see East Douglas in the zoomed in version down here. Downtown, it shows it as Sharrows. It shows it as a shared lane because there are Sharrows downtown currently. I don't know how well you can see them, but they were some time ago. And that's what is identified as far as this is showing what the existing bike network is. Next slide. Nope, back one. This is the looking forward as part of that 2024 bike master plan was they color coded the different street sections to identify what should be done through there, whether that's bike lanes, whether that's shared lanes, shoulder, side use path, and what it has for this section of Douglas. Again, down here shows the Sharrows through downtown, and then you go to the east, the section we're talking about, and what you see is this right here, which is long-term bikeway network. So those are the things we would start looking at when we start to design one of these projects and determine what we look at as far as lane configurations and what bike type facility we would look at. Next slide. Talk a little bit about the 3-lane configuration. So we have a table here that illustrates what the current conditions are, what diagonal parking with the shared lane looks like, and then Nelson Nygaard, when we hired them in 2019 and 2020 to look at this corridors, they put together a concept that had 3-lane with on-street bike lanes. Sidewalk did not change a whole lot through the corridor on any of these. It does increase from the current plan, from the current condition in both of them for the I-135 to Grove. The section from Washington to I-135 is unchanged. The number of parking stalls, current condition is 146, and then from I-135 to Grove is with the proposed plan that we have, and I'll show here in a minute, goes up to 269 for Washington I-135, and then 41 between I-135 and Grove. With the Nelson Nygaard plan, that goes down to 130, mainly because you get rid of the angle parking and you have parallel parking through that section. Then it goes to 31, so increases from the 20, but is less than what it is on the current plan. Another thing to talk about is pedestrian crossing. So it's not just bikes, peds, cars, transit, it's all of it considered. So the average pedestrian crossing distance currently, when Paul talked about a sea of pavement, that's exactly what you see out there. For Washington I-135, it's 81 feet approximately. From I-135 to Grove, 60. Diagonal parking plan that we're going to show now here in a little bit, it's 50 feet from Washington I-135 and 40 from I-135 to Grove. That is mainly due to the curb extensions we are looking at in that area. So it reduces your walking distance you have to go across. So not only are you looking at fewer lanes you have to cross, you're also going a shorter distance. Nelson Nygaard plan from Washington I-135 didn't change. And then there was a slight change. They are widening. That plan did widen the sidewalk on the north side a little bit. And so that's where that reduction comes from. Next slide. So the revised concept. I'm going to go through and highlight some of the locations that we changed. Paul mentioned some of them earlier. The overall concept still the same. This portion here is Douglas from Washington over here, hydraulic, and you come back around, hydraulic, sorry. Cleveland is over here, Cleveland's over here, and yep, hydraulic. So it goes here to get yourself oriented, and then that's hydraulic over on the lower right. 3-lane sharrows in the through lanes, angle parking on both sides, curb extensions. We reduce median here on the east side of Matheson. We reduced the one at New York. And I believe we reduced the one here slightly with those 3 locations compared to the original concept, based on some feedback we got from property owners, adjacent businesses, and all of the above. So the lane configuration here, as far as lane width, this matches what Douglas is in Delano between Sycamore, or between McLean and Seneca. The difference is you have the 2-way left turn lane. So that outside lane has some additional width. So if you're backing out of the stall, you can back out a little bit before you're getting into the through traffic, try to help with that visual component of it. Next slide. This section is from hydraulic to I-135. Again, 3-lane section, parallel parking on both sides. We may have to tweak some of the parallel parking. Been talking to some of the businesses over in this area right here. We may have to tweak some of that based on what they have out there. We'll work through that as design concept goes. One of the things we heard was trucks were coming down Ash and turning into the Kansas Food Bank. So we did shorten up this median. We got about as short as we could get it to allow that truck movement to come through here. So that is another one of the medians we shortened up. The previous median you saw just to the east of Washington, and that median under 135 will be hardscape. So it needs brick, colored concrete, something that looks halfway decent, but there will not be trees or landscaping. Want people to be able to see the pedestrians that are crossing. That is the bike path that's underneath 135. Next slide. So this is I-135 to Grove. South side, particular in the evening, but even in the morning to some extent too. This is how the buses line up now. There will be a lane that they park in. It just will not be a through lane that then narrows down and you got to figure out what to do. There will be a lane for all the buses to park in on the south side. They also have food trucks that come out here during lunch. There will be a lane there for them to park in because the buses aren't there. This section's a 3-lane with the bus food truck parking on the north side. Paul mentioned it earlier, but we are adding parking in that first block, some parallel parking in there. And we are also, this is where we start to widen out and add additional sidewalk width in that area, and then carry it through this whole section to the east of I-135. Next slide. This is just a zoomed in version of that, so you can get a better idea. Again, this outside lane that's there now, when you get to this taper, you have to stop or you have to merge. We are proposing a 3-lane, but there is area for the buses to park here. This is one of the key components too, is we have a median at the pedestrian crossing that is currently not there. Not only that, we are doing curb extensions at this location to reduce the length that pedestrians have to cross. It'll also reduce the length that this signal stays lit. So if there are concerns with traffic backing up, when this is pushed, it's actually going to be less time than what it is now for distance you have to cross. Next slide. Give you a couple ideas of lane configurations, not only in Wichita, but throughout the Midwest that we look at are similar in nature in some way, shape, or form. This is Delano. So this is Sycamore here. This is prior to 2000 when the construction was done. This was a 5-lane roadway, so 2 through lanes in each direction. two-way left turn lane, parallel parking on both sides. Next slide. This is what it looks like now. You have the angle parking, you have one through lane in each direction. And people complaining, saying traffic may back up. The reason this traffic is backing up is because you have this car right here making a left turn. You also have to go through the roundabout, but part of the reason this is backed up, you see the brake lights here in this picture, is this car is making a left turn. This truck was coming through. They had to wait for the truck to go through. With our concept and the east side on Douglas, there's a two-way left turn lane. So that car is pulling out of the through traffic. Next slide. This is West Main in Oklahoma City. Very similar, and we're looking east towards downtown. The section west, I'll talk about it a little bit, but it's the same thing. 5-lane roadway, parallel parking on both sides. And that goes through the vast majority of this corridor going into downtown Oklahoma City. Next slide. Some of it's the quality of the picture. Google has obviously got better over time as far as their camera, but you can see there's a decent amount of investment that has been done in some of these adjacent properties. This section to the east of Lee Street. So this is Lee Street right here. This is Main Street that we're looking down, we're looking east. They went to a 4-lane with a median through the whole section. There is one break, small break in it, and this is a 2-block section that is probably about 1,200 feet long. So they do have one break in it, but it's more full of our type. And they ended up with parallel parking on, I believe it's just the south side, or sorry, the north side. You do see buses. They do have buses going through this section. I don't believe this section has any bus stops. This side over here, looking back, we turn around, look the other direction, does. It has bus stops along that section. Section over here was also converted. It went to a 3-lane. Some of that's traffic volume, some of that's the connectivity they have in the area. I don't want to go into all the details of what Oklahoma City may have thought or why they were doing it, but this section, looking back this way, is actually a 3-lane parallel parking on both sides. And there's even more economic development that's happened because of that. This reminds me of what I used to see when I went to the Sprint Center in Kansas City and was coming back to North Central Kansas. You would see a lot of rundown buildings, and that's what this section back over here looked like. Not to say there's rundown buildings on the section of Douglas we're talking about, just to give you a comparison. There was a bunch of money invested into the economic development of this area. Some of it was done prior to these projects, some of it was done after. Next slide. This is Kansas Avenue, Topeka, Kansas. This looks, when they're done, very similar to what we're going to look at or what we looked at on the design concept. So it's part of the reason I picked it. For the project they did, it was a 5-lane roadway. So you have 2 through lanes here, center 2-way left turn lane, 2 through lanes here, angle parking on both sides. Next slide. This is the finished product after they were done, about 2017, based on that date up here in the corner. So they did some beautification with the project, kept the angle parking on both sides, went to a 3-lane, added sharrows. I know you can't see the sharrows. You look at the aerial overview, there are sharrows on the through lanes, just like we're proposing here. The traffic volumes here are generally close to what we're looking at on Douglas, around 10 to 12,000. Next slide. The next steps that we're going to go through, assuming we get approval here tonight, we will take this to the council meeting on December 16th. That is different than what the letter told me. You know that we'll send you out a letter to that effect. Instead of the 9th, we're looking at the 16th. And then the anticipated construction would be in the start of 2027 and be complete in 2028. Talking about what we're doing here, this is not a complete reconstruct of the roads. It is a maintenance project with some curb extensions, different things like that. We are going to maintain the existing pavement, so we're not tearing it all out. One of the things I didn't mention is we're looking at raised crosswalks at the location that we showed crosswalks. We gotta get through the design a little bit to figure out whether we can do those, where we can do those, some of those type of things, but where we propose to have crosswalks, whether they are protected or unprotected, we would look at doing raised crosswalks in those areas. Next slide. And with that, our recommendation is to approve the design concepts. And with that, I will open it up to questions, comments, feedback.
One of the things that has come back from multiple public, it's a question I could probably address at the forum, but I would love to get addressed here before everyone starts contributing. There's been concern about fact consultants involved for so many years, so many rounds, so many things related to the Douglas design, et cetera, et cetera. There was a lot of, it can be a lot of confusion of folks saw certain plans over a number of years that cultivated bike lanes and things like that. And it seems a lot of folks feel like this is a sudden complete rebound. And maybe that's not the case, but I know that's a part of the reason the dad asked us to come back this month to participate. What was there a shift or a turning point based on new information y'all got, or what is actually possible into providing this final design is different from anything prior? Do that.
Well, the only one I know of that actually looked at bike lanes was the Nelson Nygaard evaluation that was done in 2019, 2020, we were in 2021, maybe because of COVID and some of that stuff. It had its pluses, it had its minuses. Other than the 3-lane configuration, didn't do a whole lot for pedestrians. Those crossing widths were pretty much still the same. When the buses were there, what were you gonna do with bikes? It had bike lane on each side. They were actually proposing to take it off, take it through where the students would be walking at East High School. So there were some challenges with that. We believe there's probably gonna be some economic development that would happen because of the project with adding some parking. So there's a couple of different, it's not one answer, there's a couple of different things. I will say that the bike master plan was done after that. It didn't show bike.
And is there any talk about adding bike lanes or more protected bike lanes and leaving them up on First and Second if this is and I also bring that up because this section, a lot of it is still in that CBD, or some of it with the bike restrictions on sidewalks. And since I'm narrowing down to 1 lane each side, and it's an area where the city doesn't allow you to bicyclists to use the sidewalks, but then they're limiting to the 1 street to allow us to use. I would imagine to take bicyclist traffic off of Douglas and once First and Second could be an alternative, but I didn't know other than what they discussed.
So we have a project right now that's under design for Second from St. Francis to Maine. It has 2 raised intersections. We are proposing some type of buffer lane, whether that is number of, you see Kansas City, you see in the Denver, would be a delineator in one location, and next to that would be a parking lot. It's one of the cheaper versions. It's pretty durable. I don't know what happens to the delineator, but the snowplows. I mean, they probably aren't hidden with the plow because you're also going to potentially hit the parking lot. But we have a project that's going to look at that. I think that's probably one of the pilot projects to see how hard is that to maintain. That is one of our big concerns. If you drainage is also a concern, but if you leave a decent amount of openings through the parking block areas where the lineage go and stuff like that, as long as it's not for vehicles going there, it shouldn't be a big issue. But those are the 2 main concerns having to think that kind of item and see where that goes. And then it potentially could be expanded through those 2 corridors. I will tell you, part of the downtown plan that Nelson Nygaard also hired for, not this one, but the whole downtown corridor, actually shows Waterman as another location where bike lanes should significantly be considered. So you would have about 1,200 feet between 2 on both sides, 400 feet total between Waterman and First Street, where you would have on-street bike lanes. Now we're going to do a project to actually implement those. But that would be a project that when the CIP comes around, that people can discuss, put in their feedback as far as actually approving the project. That section of Waterman through downtown was considered. I think we'll probably consider it on Maple. Same in West or Plain West it is currently in Seattle. Doing some type of like something.
I appreciate you bringing up that the English parking will have some gift space, folks back up without renting it, if they can have sidelines. So that's something in the NATO, no folks that might be like worried about. What was it's the rationale of doing the angle in spaces, you get more parking, you're restricting the businesses. But in terms of versus like using parallel parking with a bike lane or something like that, is the decision more to why was the decision for angled parking more spaces versus parallel parking and a bike lane? It was just places for walkability. It was just like really capitalize on street parking versus off those parking.
Well, part of it was economic development that added parking was probably add to. Part of it was when you end up on street bike lanes, each side was a challenge. The other piece of it that you end up with there is that portion did very little for pedestrians other than the freeway. So everybody tries to mix the bike and ped and say you guys are doing bike and ped. We're doing more for ped than any plan out there through this board with the curb extension, but things like that to actually cross.
Final question, safety is being brought up, and reductions of potential accidents. How many accidents were, if you know, ballpark accidents were in this section of just last year?
No, but I can get that for you. I know we did look at the sections outside the end. So locations that are going to a 3-lane would help with some of those accidents because we're not actually looking at doing a whole lot of the intersections as far as lane configuration. It's going to help the crash. And there were, I want to say, by about a 6. So based on where the accident happened and the type of accident it was, we believe would not have happened with 3. That was in 2025. In 2024, it was about 8 out of 10. Due to a kind of mid portion of that, we're not talking.
Hitting somebody as I'm back in town. When I think about bikeability and walkability, having protected by them, but also recognizing what you were saying about driving that visibility and vitality to the businesses, which I completely understand. How are you all justifying doing that type of design for parking versus parallel parking, which in the 2023 street conceptual plan, I feel like something was said about it's problematic to have that type of parking, and parallel is probably more feasible as it relates to the economic vitality, walkability, driving people to business, safety, accessibility.
As far as angle parking, yes, it is not ideal. Depending on where you have, you'll hear people, I'm sure today talked about driving through the lane on a bike now. What I can tell you
As a driver,
well, their own data shows that they're actually doing it quite often. I mean, the Strava data that most avid bikers are going to use is lit up just as much as it is anywhere else on dozens. So they are using it now. Especially on when you have one lane in each direction and then the parking is probably less than ideal, especially 4 o'clock on Friday. There's some of that. But again, it's not just about that section of it. You have other sections that particular option has some problems with. And then also that's the concept would not do anything for pedestrians other than taking a 3-lane.
So if this body decided to include in the recommendation to include basically bike lane in the design, when is that possible? What would that do to your plan?
Well, the conceptual plan at Nelson Nygaard, they took them off the east side. So if you're heading eastbound, you got onto the private sidewalk that heads east west onto east side camp. And you would get rid of a bunch of parking, like the table we showed. You would also get some of the potential how you configure it, whether you have curved bike lanes, parallel parking, or whether you do curb, parallel parking bike lanes, potentially would have significantly less impactful for pedestrian, because that width would not change. And if you were going to put curb where the parallel parking, assuming you had bikes adjacent to the existing curb or where the curb is, cleaning it would be a maintenance concern with getting some type of something in there to clean that narrow area. If you were going to put something else, would be a concern. I don't know if that answered your question, but
Kind of, but I also appreciate you naming a lot of the things by cleaning them. Like I think a lot of people don't think about that. I appreciate that.
and riding a bike on sand for a bike that's more meant for riding in town is going to be a little bit tricky. That's what it's going to be after the winter until you actually get out there and clean it up.
Right.
Assuming we get any snow that year.
Right. So it comes downstairs. So a lot of things have been moving cost will make. Yeah, this one, okay. If we could go to slide 10. So the numbers in the top left. Yep. Where did those come from? Any context?
You can look at a bunch of different locations. This, I believe, came from FHWA, which is Federal Highway Association. And depending on what corridor they look at, access points, number of side streets, all of those things. And so this will typically vary a little bit, which study you look at. These top 3 for a 3-lane versus the 4-lane are pretty much always going to be somewhere close to that. As far as the number of crash, the reduction in crashes as far as percent.
On that same slide then, so I live in the vicinity of Rock and 13. Right, and we have turning lanes, but I can tell you, if I'm heading east on 13, I want to turn left on Rock, I'm face to face with the other turning lane. I can't see the cars coming from the other side. The same thing happens at Rock and Central. So tell me how this with the central turning lane is going to provide me with better visibility than I currently have. Like at Rock and 13th or Central and Rock. It's
Would think it would be a streetlight intersection, so I'm not sure I exactly get that. But this slide here shows pretty well what you end up with. This is what you end up with the 3-lane. So I can see people all the way back here. So I can see them a lot farther. Now, this is what you end up with in a 4-lane, this right here. So I can't see anybody behind that car for quite some distance.
My reality. Two directions. And yes, there is a signal, but I can, right? If you like still green, the arrow's off, I can turn, but I can't see cars coming up to that, on that side. And
Well, that intersection are offset.
Well, ours- that-
I think we're all set about that. But they're not exactly.
I still. Okay, so moving on. So will these new angled parking places be metered?
That is not the intent of,
Okay, so it's not about extra metering, city.
no.
Right, and then what gives you confidence that this is gonna be, it's gonna work? And how do you define success of this?
You have more pedestrians using it, you have bikes using it, you have transit using it, you have a rehab roadway. That's a big part of for doing the project is the roadway has some issues. 5, 7 years ago, 10, no, probably 10, 15 years, we did the storm sewer box that went down to Old Town. Fixed some of the drainage issues down there. It went down Douglas, Wabash, and went north. They replaced that even on the south side with that project. So that portion of it, at least, is in relatively good shape. The rest of it hasn't been significantly touched with stuff. But I think economic development plays into it too. If you get some more businesses built, or you get some redevelopment in the area, that would be another measure of its success.
You have confidence that this is the appropriate solution.
Again, I don't know that I mentioned this, November 2024. Missouri, Casey Mo, their city council approved 28 of these. They're doing it as OP3 projects, which we call them are maintenance projects. They are having a 4-lane and they're looking into a 3-lane. They are looking at different options, whether it has parking or whether it has bike facilities on those. But there's 28 over the next 4 to 5 years, depending on when it's in their OP3 program, going to redo that. Then you just redo the table. This is a significant corridor as far as going into downtown. So that's why there is a decent amount of money in this project for beautification and make improvements, make it look better.
Well, and I appreciate when you're making comparisons from other cities, because I think when I go to city council meetings, a lot of times they try to compare us to and so forth, so I think that's what I'm thinking. But if this is so great, then I think about other schools like Heights. That's I guess I can't even say the word, but it is out there, but it's not nearly as safe. So this seems odd that we're talking about all this safety right here for East. And then all the other schools, I think they would probably, the other high schools have to have similar challenges. But just because it's on guidelines that they're gonna have the benefit of it.
We meet with the school district monthly, we talk about issues there, we talk about things we do, try to improve safety. But again, if you're talking about an actual project, it has to be programmed into the CIP, work through that process to actually get programmed in.
Right, that's mine.
I think everybody in the room benefits from being very. Brandon, we did mention in the last one that this money is specific for roads, but you can't. Do other things. Is that restricted to road with your one?
It is,
Like, the only thing.
no, it's road, bridges and highway, and it's not.
Which everybody is.
Do you know how much funding we're getting for roads and districts? I don't remember that time.
I can't tell you right up, and I can get you that information, but I can't tell you.
And next you asked earlier, if anybody knew how many accidents we had on that stretch, actually found out today, there is a page on the website, every
Car accidents happen for a class of 20 years. James, it's 39, I did the math. There's 39 and there's 14 in front of East High, and that's that first stretch, and the rest of them. Yes.
So I was looking at that, yeah, you look at the map, some of them are on road, you say, sort of on the side, so maybe it's kind of like an interpretation of what is the road act.
And you actually have to look at the police report to figure out what's going on, which it's on that access to it. So it's a little skewed to some of it's being some of it's private parking lot. Like that's where they're at.
Information that it does give you. Like, I counted 14 that we used on this, and 4 of those six items, which so that's driving, not another person. But I also looked at the accidents that occurred in the same stretch of road on First Street, Second Street. And I found that First Street and Second Street are actually comparable, if not higher, as far as accidents that happen in those stretch of road. And so I have concerns about how much of this particular project is driven by safety, full safety, and how much of that is like a broker to like a cellular product. Because the bike lanes are already on First. Anybody on the east side who knows anything, take First and Second. And nobody goes 30 miles an hour, and the lane is as wide as a house. And it's got a bike lane that's unprotected. I just feel like we were really trying to put our money where it could best be used safety wise and bike path wise. That it would be better spent maybe First and Second Streets safer, and we usually for already the bike lane there. Because at the beginning of the presentation, the gentleman said, well, why Douglas? And basically what I heard was because we've been doing that for 25 years. I don't know if we've been doing it. Why it stopped now? That's just. So I have concerns about how much safer this is going. Name Douglas. But also in addition to, you know, UT, other things in other places that are accidents.
So one last question. So here's the downtown area. And there's also the college community. And I'm both talking about the importance of protecting them. And wanting more walkability and bikeability, especially in the core. For lots of reasons that I'm pretty sure you are. What work has been done to ensure that this plan is consistent with those things? Because I'm struggling to feel that we are going to be productive in doing this if it is not consistent with the things that we are going to be doing in the near future. And I'm sure that has been outlined in plans that both the city staff and community members have already said, this is what we want.
As far as the stuff that goes on downtown, I think this has been mission built.
Yeah, it was that both of them, but I meant in relation to what work has been done to make sure the plans are consistent with the Collegeville neighborhood plan and the downtown.
The downtown action plan hasn't been approved by anything that I'm aware
Of
of.
the Collegeville neighborhood.
Well, there could still be bike facilities on it, so it would,
But no protected bike lane.
on our concept, no.
Thank you.
Or, I know it's not. But it's. Road, I'm sorry.
There's nothing in the current CIP to fund it yet. But yeah, I think that's part of discussion moving forward. I believe there is money in section between Washington and Maine, but I think it's been pushed way out in the current CIP, so it's a long way out. I guess hopefully you kind of figure out what's going on with some of that area as part of doing the whole lot of stuff.
Really quickly, I'm curious how much conversation in this planning is taking into account what we see in the future of downtown Wichita and biomed coming. And there's a lot of road diet language in all this, but the reality is we plan to have 3,000 plus people headed downtown in the next couple of years. Has that been taken into account as we think through where our buses are going, how many more people are hopefully headed in that direction?
Well, I don't think all those are gonna live through the section 87. But even if you do add all 3,000 to the current traffic volumes, 3 lane worse is fine. And there are multiple different locations in Des Moines, Iowa, KC Mo that I can point to that have traffic volumes as high as this or even higher. For us, typically, we're looking at about 17,000, and some of that's Wichita driver perception. Other communities, a lot of times they're looking at 20, 25,000. Seattle, when I went to APWA National in Orlando, they more or less said they didn't even look at the level of service the vehicles had. And part of it is you probably can't. The level of service goes to A through F. A is good. As far as traffic flow, there isn't much flow, means you're overfilled. F is terrible, it's all congested. But they couldn't look at it or you never had anything. So yeah, because traffic volume.
So in your specification, you practically what your
2017 and 2018.
Great traffic.
The current traffic numbers that we did with the speed study are actually significantly less than that. It's actually less than that. It's 10,300 at Spruce. It's 9,300 at Cleveland. So it's even less than what's shown there as far as the traffic volume.
And that was done just this mid-November, of this year, just a few weeks ago.
18th, 19th, and 20th.
Really appreciate you taking questions, and I know that you all have been working hard to get public engagement, and I preface that to say I really don't want to be redundant, but I also really want to make sure I'm understanding. So if the DAB rendered a recommendation to accept this proposal with an amendment to include protected bike lanes, I'm really relying on you as an expert. I can see the expert, let me just speak for myself. To tell me what that does with the conceptual plan that you have presented and the budget that is available for you. Is that possible? I guess it's a simple.
Yes, it is possible. I think we'd probably come back again.
Okay.
And look at another concept. That's completely different as far as lane configuration. And then want people here that aren't with the bike community to say, I don't even know what's going on. So I think we'd probably have to come back with a concept of that value and not just approve with that portion of it. That's just me personally.
I might provide some context if you don't mind. Gary Jansen, Director of Public Works Utilities. Sean's done a great job with this. I just wanted to provide some context to your question. Sorry. Directly to your question, I think the focus we've heard in all of the public meetings from the first half up to now, even prior to that, we're looking at, we've got space for diagonal parking, we've got space for parallel parking and on-street bike lanes. So to your question, somewhat, it's one or the other. We think there's value in doubling the number of parking places, what that can do for the future. I would just reiterate again, I was part of when year 2000, I worked in our construction office when we rebuilt Douglas 3 lane, when we built the clock tower, we went 5 lanes, 2 lane diagonal parking. It was a ghost town in Delano in 2000. There was nothing there. It's flourished, it's taken off, it's boomed. And I think we can all attribute it because of what was done, because of the additional parking. The 2 lanes has worked. We hear concerns about backing out of diagonal parking. The downtown master plan was developed in 2009. One of the first catalyst projects they recommended was improving St. Francis from Douglas to 2nd Street. That added diagonal parking. There was nothing on St. Francis when that project was built. And diagonal parking since then it works. I'm not aware we've had any issues with safety concerns, but to go back to your point, I'm not trying to say on the diagonal parking, that's where a lot of our recommendation comes up. And we believe it's going to bring a lot for the future of economic development. We can't have both. There's not enough space. So it's either diagonal parking or parallel parking and on-street bike lanes. To your question, I don't think there's anything wrong with you considering a recommendation like that. You obviously do whatever you want. But that's something that we could certainly take a look at. And I think that's probably easy enough for us to consider going forward without necessarily adding a lot of extra time.
Thank you for clarifying that and for your patience with me asking that. The reason why I have, when I look at the overwhelming feedback that we've received, I think that is a significant concern amongst folks. And I hear what you're saying in regards to the plan that happened in 2000. Since then, I would argue that there's been a major movement for bikeability and walkability. And particularly when we look at the development of downtown, we know that walkability and bikeability helps with bringing in and attracting more people to those businesses, and it helps with safety as well, which I know is a big concern too. So I appreciate you clarifying and knowing that if we do that, then there's something else that we have to consider to fix this thing.
And I appreciate that. I don't personally know how it helps with safety. I believe what you said. I'm not sure how on-street bike lanes help with safety. It helps with the safety of the bikers. I get that part. We have this balance, right? And we're trying to come to a good place. I believe, from what we've heard, what we've seen, all the way back to, 2009, when projects, this is not unusual. I've been doing this for a long time. Some projects just take some time. I'll tell you for what it's worth, what happened here. When Sean discussed Nelson Nygaard, what they were looking at was in 2019, this whole thing got derailed by COVID. Our assistant city manager at the time was kind of running this project. He left the city. We no longer were having public meetings. It kind of got shelved, kind of got set aside. We knew we wanted to come back to it. That's part of the reason why that gap was there, just for what it's worth. We were kind of a victim of timing with COVID, which messed with a lot of things. COVID, though, did something interesting we would not have expected. We have seen a reduction in vehicle traffic, not just on Douglas, but a lot of places around the community. If we look back to pre-COVID and post-COVID, those numbers we got just in the last 30 days are significantly lower than what you saw from 2017 to 2018. That has informed our decisions on other transportation projects of what we do going forward with lane configurations. 3-lane has worked wonderfully in numerous places around the community. Putting on McLean, which was really a lightning rod for a lot of folks and a lot of concerns about converting that to 3 lanes. It has done everything we had hoped it would do. It's reduced crashes, it's reduced speeds. The 3-lane works. I don't need to convince you of that. I'm not trying to sell you on that. Just go back to one more time what you asked. We're really, unless these guys tell me different, we're looking at either angle parking or we're looking at on-street bike lanes and parallel parking. That's kind of what this balance is. I mentioned, I'll say one last thing. This is only from a context of what we're trying to balance. These are data-driven recommendations. We spent a lot of time looking at things. The question about 3-lane reduction in numbers, we've got numbers on McLean that mirror or do better than that. We converted 31st Street South between Meridian and Seneca to 3 lanes. It's done wonders for lowering the number of crashes there. We've got data that supports that works. One of our challenges with bike lanes is collecting data. There's a lot of folks here we've heard from in recent meetings. They know better than I do. And trying to balance the information we have, I hear from a lot of folks that say they don't see people use on-street bike lanes. That's not the final answer. That's part of our equation. It's part of what we're trying to balance. I don't know, I'm not out there every day seeing those. It's added maintenance costs like Sean talked about. From my perspective, what I do as the director of Public Works and Utilities, as far as all the maintenance stuff, I get a lot of calls about, why don't you sweep those bike lanes more? Sean mentioned it. Nobody wants to ride a bike where there's sand. We're trying. We've got finite resources. We're lucky to get around the community one time, sweeping all the streets. That's the reality of the resources we have. We try to respond to requests for bike lanes to get out there. We can't get there. It's tough. The more that we add, the more we've got to maintain, the more challenging it is to keep those bike lanes usable. Not necessarily a reason to not put in more bike lanes, but I want everybody to understand that's the restrictions and the challenge we're dealing with. There's a lot more information than you've asked for. I didn't mean to come up here and make this my podium, so I'll be quiet there. And if you got any other questions, I'm happy to help.
Angle. And you say, I think it doubled for them versus.
Effectively between Washington and hydraulics. If we go from the current configuration to all angle parking, we can double the number of parkings. Within that.
Is there I know we see that like it's something they run over it. Right?
It's not enough weight. Bike counts are more challenging. We've talked about that we've got some cameras we can put up to get counts. Working through the Wichita Metropolitan Planning Organization, they do have some digital counters that they're deploying more these days. We might try to utilize those resources. It's been hard. I get it. Councilmember-elect brought up a great point. There's zero doubt. I've seen this. We've seen this transition. I've got to know a lot of the people in the audience here over time because they're bicycle advocates, and I appreciate what they do and I appreciate what they bring to the conversation. We see it more and more. I've heard our city manager, our outgoing city manager, over the course of 16 years, talk about, he says it in the same context of trying to respond to the desires and the needs. For every call we get for more bike lanes, we probably get 1.5 to 2 calls saying, don't take away lanes for the cars. We are looking to see what other communities have done. We're looking to see what works in our community. These are data-driven recommendations. This part of it is probably the hardest part of what we deal with, to really understand how much the bike lanes are going to get used and the value that they bring.
I really think they were actually I think that was an overwhelming majority of what we have heard from with emails and with social media conversation and what's meeting. I feel like doing our due diligence, if there is a way to do the cameras to count, then you would have support or, to say, okay, well, maybe we should invest in more into this and have more of a stronger argument to do so versus we don't know. We hear, but we don't have the data behind us to say that. So
here's the biggest challenge with that. And it has a lot to do with also First and Second Street. So First and Second Street bike lanes were by design. This is not an abnormality that First and Second Street have bike lanes, especially because they're a one-way couplet. A lot of communities do this. We've heard from bikers that use First and Second Street to get in and out of downtown, and then the side streets. We can dedicate. It's proven to be safer on a one-way street if we can use one side for the bike lane. That's why that's been that way. Here's our challenge in defense of everybody here. This is no different than we've got a lot of streets on the edges of our community that were in the county at one time. They came into the city. They've got ditches, right? You can't put sidewalks in the ditches. Folks want sidewalks. Can't put a sidewalk in a ditch. You don't know how many people are going to use the sidewalk. We had a recent discussion about a proposed improvement to East Side Street, and the comment was, why would you put in a sidewalk? No one walks out here. Well, that's because they're either going to walk in the street or walk in the ditch. This is our challenge that I'm not sure how to overcome. I've heard from a lot of folks here
who said they will ride on Douglas more if there's on-street bike lanes, so I don't know what the current counts tell us. That's the challenge. I'm not telling you we don't know. That's the part we're trying to overcome, because even in fairness to how many folks would use on-street bike lanes, I don't know that it's fair to look at the current counts either. So we try to balance looking at connectivity, looking at the value of First and Second Street. Sean talked about Waterman Street. We look at master planning, and Waterman Street kind of sets itself up well to eventually become a 3-lane road with on-street bike lanes. Maybe carry most of your east-west traffic, this has been our thought, on bikes on First Street, Second Street, Waterman, and then people can use the side streets to make connectivity there. Maybe that allows you the ability to have double the amount of parking on Douglas and kind of see a little bit of the best of all worlds with that. That's our rationale of trying to balance the requests of the law. Again, I'll tell you how much I appreciate the input we have from so many people. One more challenge we work through is we hear from a lot of people who do want the parking, who just work 3 lanes, they're just not necessarily here. What I have found over the last 10 to 15 years is the bike community in Wichita does a wonderful job of showing up. They do, and more power to them, and kudos to them. When we developed the 2013 bicycle master plan, last thing I'll say, I'll be quiet. We had a meeting at City Hall, and Paul and I always joke because we were the only 2 in that room. There was a lot of people that didn't have spandex shorts on, because everybody there was riding a bike to the meeting, as well they should. So it's great. It's not diminishing the requests and concerns of the bike community. There are so many things we consider with projects like this.
Conversation. Still. But I did hear also the bike lanes were be in one support or not.
You look at where, and I think this was mentioned before, but I'll mention this too. If you go west of Washington, right, towards Maine, 5-lane roadway, Nelson Nygaard that Sean mentioned looked at the idea of potentially going to 3 lanes there. There's a real challenge with that. We have a traffic signal every 330 feet going through downtown. Those are never going to go away. That is most big city downtown. We've got a lot of traffic going both directions. We have to have those traffic signals. We went to 3 lanes. We're going to back traffic up through the signals and create very significant safety issues. We don't believe we're going to go away from 5 lanes. We're going to be challenged to have on-street bike lanes. So there's not likely to ever be connectivity west of Washington for on-street bike lanes from a safety standpoint. That's something to consider. It can maybe go east of Grove. We haven't gotten that far. That hasn't been contemplated yet. Likely will not go west of Washington. That's part of the thought process too. How much value is there versus the added part?
I just want to say thank you for bringing up that you make data driven decisions. And sometimes if you could lead with that, at least for me as a business person, would give me more confidence, in plans that are presented.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry to butt in. Sean's doing a wonderful job. One of the reasons I did is because I've been involved in this project from the start, just because I've been a lot longer than John, so sometimes that's the only reason I wanted to just give you a little bit of.
Alright, so we're gonna go into public input time, and first off, something really unorthodox, since we are all here, and I'm sure I'll take all the time. I'm just wanting to get a feel real quick. Yeah, you're welcome not to participate, you're welcome to change your opinion. I'm curious of, show of hands, who's in favor of moving from 4 to 3 lanes at the room. I'm just curious. Okay. And then I'm curious if anyone has strong preferences on parking type. Is your preference angle? Raise your hand. Angle park. Is your preference parallel? Okay. Okay. Y'all welcome. Who's very informally to come to the mic. You feel more comfortable speaking where you are. You're welcome to do that. State your name, organization you're with. I think it's a hard time of year, but heard someone say things that you agree with. Just reference, hey, I agree with that point on that speaker said and add on. You have additional data he wants us to give. Go ahead and kick it off and just be yeah.
I'm David Robinson. I agree with Mr. Shepherd. I don't think it's done now because
It's you, just for the people who will watch this, amongst the public.
yes,
So everybody who wants to speak, because it's being recorded, a lot of interest in this.
yes.
So just so they can see who you are, I can figure we can set.
But usually. Yes, David Robinson. I agree with Mr. Shepherd on the time of parking. He goes to Delano a lot. I don't, because I don't like backing up there. I don't feel safe. I ride my bike through there, and I'm really not thrilled with that because we're trying to stay out of traffic, so we're farther to the right. They have less to do up. So that's where I'm not a fan either, whether I'm in a car or on a bicycle, is the diagonal parking. And it doesn't matter whether it's a 50 we go up to Salina, we go to the rest of it, why you need that, I know, we're not thankfully, we park on the side street. In parallel park. You mentioned those bike mounts. I don't know how to get them, but Strava has heat mounts. And that's anybody that's riding their bikes, that's logging the rides on Strava. I know 4 or 5 guys here that regularly do, I follow on. There'll be heat maps to give you an idea of the numbers of people that are riding First Street, Second Street, King Street, and which get on. My only other concern was with, you talked about Waterman Street. That's really great, but what happens when Waterman stops? The canal route. Yeah, because of the canal route. And now you have to go somewhere else. It's a great idea, I said, is because you can take it and go west. That's that's a fantastic possibility. I've ridden Douglas a lot with it being just a Sharrows and haven't had any issues.
Good evening. My name's Barry Carroll. My address is 2115 West Polo Circle, Wichita, Kansas. I live in Riverside District, District 6. I am the founder of Bike Walk Wichita, but I am not speaking on behalf of Bike Walk Wichita, but as a private citizen. Before I go any further, I want to thank 2 people. I want to thank Councilmember Johnson for your 8 years leadership in the City Council. And I also want to thank the Public Works staff. They have a very difficult job sorting this out. And I think what I'm going to say is strictly my opinion. I'm not a professional engineer, but I'm a supporter of biking and walking in Wichita. I submitted these comments to you in advance. Very quickly, I support the proposed road diet, 4 to 3 lanes, safety reasons for all stakeholders. I support lower speed limits. I support parallel parking. I oppose angle parking. It's dangerous for motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians in my opinion. I support the use and publicizing of off-street parking lots, which are around, but I don't think we know about them. We don't use them. I support protected bike lanes, if possible, on the north and south side of Douglas. Douglas is our marquee street. It's our most popular street. We're going to bike on that street regardless. And I think we need to make it a very attractive street for cyclists, pedestrians, motorists, buses, all users. The plan that we come up should benefit businesses, motorists, pedestrians, cyclists, bus users. I would like to revisit the various proposals that have been considered over the past 5 to 10 years that got derailed with COVID. I know there were lots of discussion. Recommendation, I recommend that this proposal in its current form be tabled until further study, citizen input can be secured. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Victoria Mitchell. I live in District 4, but I often go down Douglas. In fact, I work near Douglas and I frequent the Lano district as well. The city's own long-range planning documents consistently have envisioned Douglas Avenue as a safer, more multimodal corridor. It is the heartbeat of our city. Yet this current proposal converts that street into 3 lanes with angled parking and does nothing for the multimodal aspects. Yes, we are adding additional crosswalks, but they're not really helping outside of the area near East High. On top of that, the 2019 and 2020 Douglas Avenue approach documented that the corridor is substantially overbuilt, identified at least 22 feet of excess right-of-way on most of those blocks. They recommended reallocating that space towards protected bike or scooter lanes, calling them the option that creates the greatest benefit at the least amount of cost, and one that could coexist with on-street parking, parallel parking with a bike lane. That plan made it clear that safe all-ages bicycle mobility was a core outcome of the corridor redesign. We saw that with community input. And again, with community input, we have the Downtown Wichita Action Plan. While I know that has not been officially adopted at this time, there were hundreds of people that helped participate in that. And it presents a vision for Douglas that includes narrowed vehicular lanes, calmer traffic, and space specifically allocated for dedicated bicycle facilities as part of a human-scaled multimodal. If we want Douglas to grow, if we want downtown Wichita to grow, we have to be human-scaled and multimodal. We need this space to work for everyone, not just cars. Today's design proposal omits those recommendations almost entirely, and it's especially concerning given that existing bicycle infrastructure along and adjacent to Douglas is poorly maintained and often unsafe. In fact, my own boss broke his finger in 3 locations going down 2nd Street by hitting a pothole in the bike. That forces us to move into faster moving vehicle lanes or onto sidewalks. Sidewalk riding, however, is not a safe alternative. Studies show that cyclists riding on sidewalks experience up to 16 times higher crash rates, and riding against traffic on sidewalks increases collision rates more than 5. These conditions directly contradict the city's stated goal of safe and comfortable biking for all ages and abilities. So this redesign not only both the Douglas Avenue approach and the DWAP's multimodal vision, but also perpetuates unsafe conditions for one of the most vulnerable user groups on the corridor, cyclists. And as traffic calming measures and angled parking are added, the risk to cyclists may actually increase unless the proper infrastructure is included.
So for these reasons, I strongly urge the district advisory board to reject this current proposal or table it so that we can have a better design that suits that full vision that we have now.
All right, Adam Styles, Superior Sign and Engraving, 2130, so basically right across from East High School. We're probably gonna be a little bit different, a lot of people, we would prefer, and a lot of the businesses that are on Douglas, we prefer to say 4 lanes. Part of the problem is gonna be, you're down to 1 lane, and with parallel parking, people cannot parallel park these days. They are going to hold up traffic, either whether they're trying to park or come out of the parking. A lot of the businesses are landlocked down Douglas. So you're gonna have FedEx, UPS, US Mail stopping in the middle of the street because they don't have anywhere else to go to make their deliveries or their pickups, which will then back up traffic. The majority of the businesses that are along that stretch are destination businesses. It's not gonna turn into a Delano where there's gonna be a lot of foot traffic of people walking, my business included. There's a very few businesses that are there that are more, I'm gonna stop by just because I'm driving by. I mean, you got Superior Sign, you got Wichita Wood Floor, you got BCS, you got Orman Auto. They're big businesses that people aren't just walking to, they're driving to those businesses. So I think going down and cutting that traffic, especially coming out, I think the westbound, according to the 2017 traffic counts, the west approach right now in Washington was almost 16,000 cars, if I'm not wrong. That's people leaving downtown, heading towards Washington. You're now going to take those cars from 2 lanes down to 1 lane as soon as they cross the intersection. What's that going to do to downtown? Automatically, you're going to start backing them up in downtown. So our fear is that in going and doing this, people are going to start finding alternate routes, whether they're jumping from Douglas and going down to Kellogg, jumping up to Central, wherever, they're going to now start avoiding going down Douglas for that reason. Just leaving today, 5:20 p.m., turned out on to Douglas, red light at Grove. 2 lanes of cars were pretty much backed up almost to that crosswalk in front of East High School. You now cut that down to 1 lane. That traffic is pretty much almost gonna be backed up to the canal. That's a lot of choking down traffic for that area. People will start avoiding that. I'm not sure why we don't have current traffic numbers. According to the scope of services from Bachman, from June 12th of 2024, they were to collect current traffic counts through the corridor. That's obviously probably not happened because we're still using 2017, 2018 traffic counts. Along with that, they were supposed to have public involvement. And I don't think it happened on at least 2 of these. Could be wrong on 1, but they were supposed to meet with the Bike/TED advisory board. I'm not sure if that happened or Coughlin's actually sat down and talked to you guys to come up with a plan or get your opinion before plans were drawn. They were also supposed to meet with the Douglas Design District. Kind of hard to meet with a Douglas Design District that is no longer even a thing. So I don't know where they didn't really get with the community like they kind of called out that they were going to get the public involvement before they even came up with these plans. They just kind of went with it. I think if they would have sat down from the start, they would have had a lot better options for the plans that were proposed. They didn't speak with the businesses. They didn't obviously speak with the biking community because they came up with a plan that virtually alienates both groups. We spent a lot of money for them to do that. I don't know how much money has been spent since 2013 on analysis versus pulling up plans, but I bet it's probably over a couple $100,000. And this is the best plan that they put forward that they want to get voted on. So my recommendation would be obviously not to vote on this. I think we need to get more community input and actually come up with a plan that's going to work, whether you're going to make one side happy and the other side not. But right now you're making both sides completely unhappy. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What would effective community engagement look like to you? I know that there have been houses and a lot of things that have occurred.
Well, the open houses were, at the open houses, people gave comments. But I think they need to actually sit down and have conversations with these people before they actually get their ideas, before they draw up plans. Not present plans and say, here you go. Pretty much all that's changed since the last advisory board is they took out some of the meetings. Nothing else really changed in that aspect of the plans that were presented. Thank you.
Hello. I've been commuting by bicycle almost early for the last 15 years in Wichita. I also work at Bicycle Paddle Larry's Bike Shop on Rock Road, with a restaurant on Douglas as well. Largest Market. I'm kind of crazy. I think there's less than 2,000 bicycle commuters in Wichita, and not including recreational cyclists. But when I talk to people about commuting by bicycle in Wichita, or just getting around, just going for fun, the number one thing that I hear anecdotally why they don't do it is that they don't feel safe. And I kind of get it. My commute is on First and Second Street most of the time. Last 15 years, I've been hit 3 times by cars, some broken bones. Protected bike lanes they sound great to me, and it sounds like they've worked in a lot of other big cities, Portland, Seattle, Minneapolis. Minneapolis has snow in the ground 5 months of the year, and they're the #1 bike commuting city in the country, 5% of the population. I think if we're wondering like how many people are actually going to use this, I think you just have to look at open streets to see how many people come out on bikes when there's no cars. That's a great. What else? And I don't think Sharrows like that. I don't think Sharrows. I think Sharrows are the cheapest thing the city can do to say that they're investing in bicycle infrastructure. And quick Google search my phone, I've yet to find a conclusive any conclusion Sharrows increase bicycle traffic, nor did they increase bicycle car collisions. So yeah, that's all I got. Thank you. Just that's good.
So, you protected by first and second, one-way traffic. And you also had hypothetical protected by Douglas. What would be a daily commuter preference?
This is where all the businesses are.
I don't want to have to be pushed to a side street to access the place that everyone else goes to. Thank you.
Blue, school. I live in the Colorado area and work at East High. So like I said last month, though, I'm not officially representing the school's opinion. I just want to make sure I can get myself in trouble. I bike commute pretty much every day to the school, down Douglas in the morning because the traffic up First Street on the way home because it's heavy. Kind of like was mentioned last time, if there was bike lanes on Douglas, that would probably be always Douglas decision. That's like the last judgment. I'm also here representing Bike Walk Wichita, but also of course myself individually. I really want to emphasize, just like I did last month, that a redesign of Douglas is something I hear in support of. Road diet, call what you want. I think it's a good idea to slow down traffic and make it safer, make it more effective for all modes. But just like last month, the frustration, as we've heard multiple times tonight, is the lack of bike lanes. I like that we increase safety, like we're making the road safer. The purpose of a street like Douglas is to be a place for everybody, not a high-speed thoroughfare. How long is so slowing things down to promote community and business and all those things, I think is really, really good. At the 2 open houses and tonight, at least so far, the overwhelming majority of comments were asking for bike lanes. They added sheriffs, but at that meeting, the first one and the second one, nobody showed support for that. Tonight, the trend continues. They have tried to call sheriffs bike infrastructure, they're not. Bless on this one. Their car infrastructure, the sky's fun. I would challenge these engineers to join me on a bike commute using a Sharrow line road with a nice F350 super diesel behind you. Will still tell me if I can. In front of East, that was a fair point about an issue with a protected bike lane on the east, like East High School side of the road. I proposed a couple of my comment cards with another bus bike lane, and then the only conflict would be at bus unloading time, which is just those 2 30-minute intervals in the morning and afternoon, 6 months out of the year. I don't have an option, but that is just one side of one section of this street, and it's being used as an excuse for no protection by anywhere. I don't think it's a very valid excuse. There was a comment about not wanting to ride on sand because protected bike lanes are harder to clean, but that's actually the reality we're dealing with now on the unprotected bike lanes. Of course, debris can accumulate, that's true, in a protected bike lane. I feel like it's actually this barrier separating road sand and all that stuff. There are cities around the world that have figured this out. It's possible to clean protected bike lanes. The comments about nobody uses bike lanes, nobody in the bike lanes. It's pretty tired excuse. We don't get stuck in traffic the same way cars, so we're not as visible. We're smaller, so we're not as visible. We're here. And as we mentioned, if you increase the infrastructure, there will be more of us. It's tired to say, but if you build it, they will not. Connectivity gives side streets like Waterman for a second. It's a nice theory. But going 1 or 2 blocks out of the way for us is a much bigger deal than it's going to be going like car going over Kellogg or Central, something like that. That detour adds a minute, 30 seconds for them, much more for us. So that's why we want to be on the main street first. It's a good quality of life change that just for some reason hasn't been included until now. When business owners brought up concerns about the medians, things like that, those were adjusted. They got the accommodations. So we decided excuses when we brought up our concerns. Thank you to the councilman-elect for finally getting into an admit that it is possible with the protected bike lane. I don't know what magic you did, but you got him to do it.
Don't have it.
There's a group that's always going to be against this kind of change, right? If you're in the like urban planning spaces, that term NIMBY, not in my backyard, don't change things. They're always going to do that, no matter what. But just like the business owner, forget the business mentioned, right now we've made everybody upset. The people who would normally 9 times out of 10, like myself, be here with bells on, promoting this room with religious fervor, are here speaking out against it because it's not including this one thing. You include that one thing, I don't want to speak for everybody else in this room. I'll speak for myself. I would be giving a very different speech. Just like we mentioned, pass it with the parallel parking bike lane. I think it can work. That's what I think is a good idea. So a lot of people can work. I'll wrap it up. I got a lot more. The diagonal parking is what people want, it seems like. Do the parallel parking with the bike. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Fabiano Ramirez, and I am the Division Director of Logistics for the Wichita Public Schools. So I am giving the Wichita Public Schools.
That's fine.
And I apologize because I tend to go off the cuff from time to time, but I think this is important enough for us to read that I'm just going to read it and go from there. As it relates to the Douglas redesign, the Wichita Public Schools' priority is the safety and efficient movement of those coming to East. Wichita Public School staff meets with city engineering staff monthly to discuss a variety of topics related to schools across the state. We appreciate the city's efforts to enhance the quality of life in the community, which includes street repair and improvements. On numerous occasions, we have discussed the plans for Douglas as it relates to East High Track. In preparation for the District 1 Advisory Board meeting, WPS has had various community members, businesses, and organizations to weigh in on the issue of the Douglas redesign project. Below are some of the facts WPS would like to highlight. East High School serves approximately 2,500 students and is the largest high school in Kansas. A significant majority of the students arrive by bus or car. Every day, 38 school buses provide transportation to East High School. This is in addition to the 4 city buses, which run multiple routes each day to deliver students to and from school. Morning drop-off typically occurs between 7:30 and 7:55. Afternoon pickup takes longer and typically occurs between 2:40 and 3. To maintain a focus on learning, drop-off and pickup must occur efficiently and safely. WPS recognizes that bus, car, and foot traffic along Douglas impacts the neighborhood and those using Douglas to traverse through the city. As it relates to WPS students and families, our concerns with the current proposal include a reduced capacity for through traffic, which negatively impacts passenger traffic attempting to drop off to pick up students. This could push drop off and pickup traffic further into the neighborhood. The shift of the bus staging, as you can see in the maps, the shift of the bus staging to the west means pickup and drop off occurs close or underneath the 135 overpass. Unloading and loading buses in this location creates additional safety concerns for students, staff, and community. We have expressed these concerns to city staff and recognize that the city has a variety of factors they must take into consideration. We ask that student safety remains a priority for the entire community, for the Douglas Design Project, and not just represented by the school districts. And again, we appreciate that we meet with the city monthly. This isn't something that just started as a result of this project. And we appreciate the partnership that we have to make our commutes to school safer. Our schools are different environments than they were back when East High was constructed, and even 20 years. The reality is we don't have a lot of kids that walk or ride bikes to school anymore. And because of that, that increases traffic. And with that, as you think about the infrastructure around our buildings, they don't necessarily reflect these new patterns because we don't have the space to sort of create those things. So even as you were talking about Heights High School, our challenges at East are very different because we have to put buses in the streets. We don't have space anywhere else to put those 38 buses. So again, we appreciate the partnership that we have and we look forward to continuing it. We just simply, we've been asked by a lot of the community to weigh in on this particular topic. We've had numerous discussions and felt strongly that needed to sort of weigh in and give this comment today.
I have a question for you. Talk about not having room over at East High. Why isn't the bus lane over off Grove where it looks like it was originally at?
We have
and there's 49 parking spots right there right now that I think is called senior parking or something like that. Is that what that is? I'm not sure.
That's staff parking.
Staff parking?
Are you talking about?
It used to be.
Off of Grove.
We do have buses that go in.
We got buses there. We got buses at station.
Okay.
We have
Just aren't enough space.
So there's a parking lot on the west side over there that's completely empty that's got well more than enough parking for over there on the west side. I can come out my door and take a picture of the parking lot on the west side of West High and it's empty. Of East High, sorry, on the west side of East High and it's empty.
And I don't live on the day in and day out of the staging pieces.
Well, I think this is a big deal on this because the school buses are completely clogging Douglas. And I think that a big part of this, just personally, if the buses were not on Douglas, it makes this a lot more feasible.
And again, we only have 2 entrances to get in and out of the whole big parking lot where the kids are staged.
So the entire city needs to reallocate everything because East High cannot take what they have and make something work better.
You know, I
think I could help design this. This is really a no-brainer if you ask me.
What would be a contingent plan on construction where the bus?
Well, so, this group, I know everybody wants to talk to USB 5 times.
Yeah.
We've been asking right now. And you say they've talked to us. They have not talked to us. I'm directly across the street, emailed the principal about this for 5 years. And this is the first time. Love your suit, by the way. It is the first time. You have the largest easement in front of any building in the entire area. So sorry, not you, but report back to the district authorities. They do have space. They're just choosing not to use it. We can find alternative funding to make that happen if it's a money issue, because that's always brought up. It's a money issue. We can solve money issues. There's plenty of money in this town. We just need the opportunity to share that. I've asked this question, I don't know, a dozen times, and referred to somebody else because the school will not talk about it. And I've heard the level of intimidation that goes back to city officials, like what I'm doing right now, that there's school officials, rather, where they don't want to be involved with the public. So I appreciate you being here. Thank you for that.
And again,
Open the door for conversation.
your transportation is one of the areas of my jurisdiction. Include you're welcome to give me a call. I'm happy to guys so that we can talk about some of those challenges. Again, I don't live day in and day out as a part of this. I was somewhat thrown in. But again, so I'm not as prepared as I would like to be for this, but I welcome any sort of discussions on our end and just see what's feasible and what we can do. Oh, and I'm not saying exist. They do. It's just less than what it used to.
So I clarify, when you said strikes. What I'm saying is 5 months. It's not reduce the lanes, it's to add 4 lanes, because that seems like a part of this. I just want to clarify what the position is.
I think that's part of the school concerns, and I haven't been a part of the discussions in terms of what's occurred that's led up to this point. I do read that as part of that when we're talking about kind of moving traffic onto the street or to the surrounding neighborhoods.
Maybe I missed this, she's not being more. I didn't understand that we were shifting the buses. You've said that there's.
We're shifting them further west as we look at building it, or at least that's what we got from the schematics. On Douglas.
I think our original concept shows the buses shifting further west, however, we've revised that to bring the staging east. I think it's still, and I think it's still kind of in 26 buses on the south side stuff, which would maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that staging and that takes care of that. Yeah.
Has there been any updates on the Evergy project about possibly moving the entrance to Ash?
As far as I know, they're working on it.
Keeping the ground location.
If y'all have questions, we get something about the I'm sure you know what, I think exchange the info, so y'all follow up.
Yeah, and I think I would like that. My
Do you mind if I? Sorry, if you don't mind, let me jump back in. How much this helps at this point, PSC 259 notwithstanding, we have spent a lot of time talking inside. I think it was something huge. I'm surprised to see the information we got from them today, and I think that was just a miscommunication between us and them. I would tell you, based on overwhelmingly what we've heard, and again, we were at a place that we were trying to kind of balance requests and needs. I'm happy to amend our recommendation at this point, if it helps. I don't want to take away from anybody else talking about what they want to do, but whether it helps or not, we would amend our recommendation to go with a rear lane concept, parallel parking, and on-street bike lanes. I think it makes sense. We've heard from a lot of people. This is good to hear. We've heard it before. It's good to hear. Just not trying to cut anybody off. You do it, but I just thought I might as well say that now. Confident this is the right place to go. And it's something we would take forward. Thanks. I'm David Holmes. Let's call
We have businesses that start taking. Do we have another $7.5 million for themselves? I'm saying it's going to, I'm just questioning because when I researched Boulder City, California, reverse the road time plan that was implemented during the pandemic. When traffic returned, it caused mile-long backups. East Point, Michigan. City Council reversed the plan, reduced lanes on the 9 mile. I went on and on with this. Several of them that I came from, where the cities had them on their reverse. So I'm glad that they are very confident in this. I could be wrong. They know more than, but if it doesn't happen, if it doesn't force, what are you guys going to do? That's what I want.
Cities because it's backed up.
So, like Adam said, we are destination businesses in that area. For the most part, not always. We don't, we're not restaurants or places like that where people just walk around. We're the destination spots. We get traffic from people that drive by a higher traffic. I know they said this road dies within the lower end, but it's capping the traffic. What about 5 years from my business is going to, they refuse to grow anymore than what it is. Because there's less traffic going through there. I think the failure is going to be what happens if the businesses do something from, because it has happened in other places. It has. At least from what I've seen.
That they have looked down.
Sure. I can tell you as a business owner, I don't have time to research and second that. Can't tell you. I don't know. But what I can tell you is this. You take, we'll call it 12,000 cars per day, go from 2 lanes to 1 lane. You have to stretch it out. You can't go like this. Okay. Try to stuff twice as much in one straw. So it's going to get backed up. Now, if you got 1 lane and you got somebody trying to parallel park, as far as I know, you got to stop traffic. So at what point are we going to say too much traffic's too much? You know, so the questions I would have is, what is that? If we're stopping at, you say Grove, and if they back up past 135, if that happens, is that too much? What's the stopping? I think you ought to set some parameters. Because if we start backing up all the way to Washington, is that too much? I want to know. You know, because I'm also trying to get out into traffic, Ash Street. I don't know if you guys noticed, but Ash, which is where I'm at, that is the main way to get from 135 on the levels. So there's no light. So if you've got traffic that's constant that way, and you've got semi trucks trying to get from us to the food bank, I'm not even going to be able to leave my park from that. So I've got some concerns. I don't know that I'm right about all of it, but I've got some real concerns. I think that I'd like to see you guys try to come up with what is a success as well as what is a failure. Because I don't want to go back 3, 4, 5 years with problems. That's going to take businesses out. So just have a plan. Much other than said, I agree. A lot of the bikers need bike lanes. I think that's great. I think you can slow down Douglas, speed limits. I do 23s pro. Yeah. I do better. I do 10 second Mosley. I don't go flying over those speed bumps.
Be careful,
I'm telling you. So there's more than one way to do it, but I'd like to know what the success is and what the failure is too. So if it does fail, we don't wait for businesses to fail. That's what I say. Yeah.
I might borrow that from.
Okay.
The readings pro.
All right.
I'm a neighborhood. I mostly, I was gonna say everything that everybody else has said, so I'm not gonna keep going with that. I do think that we all realize. I live in Corrington. I was east side, I cycled east side freshman year, my parents stopped because of agents, which was. I could go in my whole family when we talk about, but I'm not going to, I'm really appreciative of what the team has said. And I think that they even. What I am gonna say was get on the soapbox. If you want community involvement in these things, it's really discouraging to really clear colors for us. I have family home and just sit and wait while everything's done. When you know there's a big group there ready to talk, it's very discouraging. I think that if you really want to have community come and talk and have a space, make that a priority. Otherwise, what are we doing these things? That's what I'm saying right now is if you do have dockets where you do have a big community voice coming, make them the priority because that's what we are about. But I do feel like we all waited. I know probably half of my friends left because they had to get back to their families. But we all had a voice. We had something to say, and I'm really, really impressed with what everybody said. And I think that we've come to a very good collective. Thank you. No, you guys still allowed to be here too. Thank you.
Consider meeting public forums. In the agenda.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that would encourage public involvement. 100%.
Well, I think it's important that the folks here though, hear about what's going on at the library.
If we're here for something, we're here for a reason, and we have families, and we have things to do. If you want public involvement for a cause, make it effort.
Gilbert, we better balance.
Not 2.5 to 3 hours.
I would add, you know, one of the first things I did as a council member was to make sure we could live stream as well. So it's not a complete something that's what this is. One of the things I wanted to make sure is like France had to leave, they can at least get back on Zoom and still listen, give feedback once we get done with in-person. So that was one of the things we did. Definitely take note of what you just said, but always trying to improve that process. So I appreciate it.
One of the challenges too is with the city staff reports, since a lot of the city staff also go to other DABs, being able to know the specific time, like that city staff is going to be expected to be present, but it could be in that case. That's usually that's why the oldest staff there is at the beginning. That's obviously on that. So sometimes they had a unique situation where we wouldn't be able to get a planning case unless we heard from the staff so that it was available at the time. That's why they switched it tonight like that.
Just saying 2.5 hours away, cost of the community was. I mean, we're at 9 o'clock at night. It's a lot of us stuff and just waiting on this and there has to be long so. Go back to
I had so many thoughts in building as everyone was talking. But as I said, my name is Thea and I actually just moved back to Bridgeton. It's my 3rd time here. All times in District 1 and also really for y'all. And then I'm so excited and everything. And letting me get back to people. There's been hot opinions here. So just a little background. I went to East High. I've worked downtown at multiple places. Lived in District 1 for all 3 times. I spent a lot of time engaged in Wichita economic development in my times here, including time spent as an editor on the Chung Report, which is really involved and instrumental in analyzing Wichita from a data driven perspective. And I know that thriving business corridors depend on streets that feel safe, comfortable, and worth spending time on. Douglas just simply isn't designed for that today. That's on wheels. Okay. The speeding, the lane weaving, the narrow sidewalks, none of it encourages people to stop, walk, or support the businesses along it. People say the businesses here along Douglas aren't the kind that you walk between, but that's not a business issue, that's a design issue. And I would know that I'm a designer, not in this respect, but I know a lot about usability, and that's what the core of my work is. So when you build streets, people actually want to use, the businesses follow, and the existing ones do better. And I do not say that to discount the people here who have businesses that feel like they could be victimized by this, because I personally can't understand exactly all of the struggles. I merely ask to hopefully suspend any, just kind of hope for what this could be based on, the data that is given to us by these reputable people who have created their livelihoods on coming up with urban cores that serve their community, serve the economy. One of the main focuses of this is the economic development of Wichita. And as someone who did just move here from Austin, Texas, which I think, the Chung report was one really great resource for showing us that Wichita and Austin were at the exact same level economically, like GDP, like 25 years ago, and then things shifted. And they have made a lot of really progressive choices and have had to rely on consultants and make decisions that made everyone uncomfortable. And I think this is one of those things where I would really like to trust the city's leadership and their decisions and the consultants that they selected and paid good money for to, determine what is best for Wichita's future, which I do see as a Palmer, Douglas corridor where people are not weaving through traffic and threatening, the lives of like students, which speaks to the fact that my ride to school at East High, he was the most avid cyclist I knew. He would do bike across Kansas and would like wear his spandex like proudly all the time. And note that he was my ride to school. And I was like, why didn't he bike to school? And my brother just told me it's because he was hit at Grove and Douglas on his first day of school. And so, and I never even like knew that or put it together. I just thought I preferred to drive. And and I'm like, what would it be like today if that traffic was way slower, way more controlled, had stuff like crosswalks, which would have been nice because there used to be a sketchy food shop where Rever used to be, and we would race across the street and try to get in there, but there was no crosswalk and no one gave a crap about us. So I'm like, would my ride have been hit? Like, what butterfly effect, could have happened from that? I know I'm going kind of on a tear here, but I really want to see Wichita like kick ass and be like what Austin was when I lived there. Like I moved back because I had a family member in failing health and I want to start a family and be close to them. But I really miss the progressive, bold, like, let's do this shit attitude that they had there. And I know it's really uncomfortable, but that's
That's gonna be a tough track.
Sorry, love you.
Thanks, Thea. My name's Logan Pinan. I've lived in Wichita for quite a while. I've lived on Douglas for about 20 years of my life, in various addresses close to the places that are gonna be affected. I'm one of those 14,000 drivers that uses Douglas. I use it every single day in my car, pretty much exclusively. I think I may be one of the only people here that's gonna be one of those, rah drivers. I was planning to be pretty skeptical of this plan. I thought this was actually going to be deleterious to the driving community, which I'm a member of, and that's my priority. Bicycling is a recreation for me. I do that on the weekends. I stay first and second. Sometimes McLean, sometimes Douglas, when on Sunday when there's no traffic. So the bicycling is not a big concern. But having heard, the passion in the room and also the analysis that the city engineers, particularly what Gary has put together, I'm convinced that this actually satisfies both the needs and interests of the drivers and the bicyclist. I don't particularly have a dog in this fight if you guys do the parallel parking or the diagonal. What I will say though is that, over the 20 years I've lived in the city and lived on Douglas, that chunk of Douglas is barren and it is ugly. And it is depressing. I do not enjoy driving through there. I hot foot it just like everybody else does. I've gotten speeding tickets right under that bridge where the cops hide out. Everybody does that. They open up the drop, the motorcycle or on the car and make their ass. And it's dangerous going right into the school. It's like, I'd like to see that be beautiful and have a reason to actually drive slowly so I can take in the actual beauty that Douglas could be. And I think there's been a lot of skepticism of this plan, but we've seen that Delano has been a transformation. Delano was a wasteland just the same as this section of Bill. So I'm really less concerned about the details rather than you guys just pass something. I'm very concerned that if you guys vote no on this thing tonight, it's gonna die. And it's gonna die, and it's not gonna come back, and you guys are gonna let this thing die in hands. There's a handbook on sabotage, which is to destroy things. And one of those things is to send things unnecessarily to committee and nitpick details to death. And that is what I am afraid is gonna happen if you guys don't vote for this thing. Gary has been pretty accommodating. He offered to let you guys do the parallel parking tonight. You know, again, I don't care what you guys do, except that we do it. So it's like, take one of those two options, put it in the council and vote on it, send it there and give them a thumbs up. I want to see this thing get done. I want to see Douglas be gorgeous, beautiful, drivable, safe. Thank you.
It's just, can we do reverse angle parking? Because that worked like in South Congress, one of the most profitable parts of Austin. That is what they do. So then no one backs into someone else. You can have like a really quick exit. Has that been included?
Well, we've talked about it, some of the other houses, yes.
Okay.
It has been mentioned. Our concern is Wichita driver, how comfortable are they gonna feel three?
We all have backup here.
Not everybody does. That's part of the reason they have the issue with pulling out. We do have a little bit of down here at 17th Street, right next to McAdams Park, 842 is. First time we went down there for the ribbon cutting the art, it was at the same location. After people pulled in the wrong way and we didn't have a median across it. So they were pulling in or out and going in the wrong way. I think they figured it out now and the kids get out on the right side to where they are walking towards the actual ball fields rather than towards traffic. But that is one of the concerns is how Wichita. You'd probably almost have to do a pilot to me of some type to get some type of feel of how.
It could be done.
Real fast on that, the statistics are that between 17 and 58% less safe with diagonal if compared to parallel. And that's for motorists and that's for cyclists. Their study that range shifts between traffic counts of 1,000 and 1,500 all the way up to 2,500, which you're projecting. It is less safe. Diagonal.
We'll get a chance, when all public comments done, and public work wants to say anything because of the questions they've heard, and gratifying to take those questions.
Thank you.
I'm Alan Kaler. I'm with here on behalf of I'm also a member of the Bicycle Advisory Board. And I sent all of you email comments earlier opposing plan as presented. In fact, it's presented. Mr. Jensen's comments earlier have made most of my comments and arguments irrelevant here. I think that I understand completely the desire to get something passed. I agree that it's important to have studied this for a long time. And that it is important to move forward on it. I would be very much in favor of what area get the bringing this to a proposal for parallel parking, bike lanes, and have that go to the city council December 16 for approval in concept. There's obviously details that need to be worked out on that. But I've been talking to engineers about exactly how those details work out. My understanding that they have said that before engineers are finalized, that they will come back to the bicycle pedestrian advisory board for approval, which I think is satisfying concerns that I have. So with that, actually, I would be sort of saying in favor of going ahead and presenting this to the city council with that concept, subject to the final approval of the bicycle pedestrian advisory. Thank you.
My name is Dan Rice, the architect, I'm on the station. And I live Riverside, I did Strong Town, Wichita, local conversation group associated with the nonprofit Strong Town. It's advocates, to make cities of all the sides of the states of the and invited. You can find out more at strongtowns.org. I'm gonna drop most of my comments with later already addressed, but because I'm an architect, I also draw things. So here are some more days, right? This kind of touches on the discussion about bagging parking as well. I got like thing. Into this.
Are you looking for a job at City of Wichita?
Basically, I think it was still older things from out in spots, way it's shown. Maybe in those spots, we managed the parking on both sides. So that was east of Washington until hydraulic. Well, and that all comes down to whether or not you need all that extra space. For forward, for the back out, you don't need the extra space for kind of testing for safety. So maybe if you can narrow that lane, I'll get some of you guys because you probably more important to do that. But I would also like encourage you guys, like a 14-foot lane, just for driving. I'm sure you've met, like, you don't need that just for driving. That's about giving extra space to that diagonal parking. If we can work out the kinks on that, like, that's how you slow traffic naturally, is by giving less space. Treat it more like this is more like a parking lot. Even more, it's like driving across the kitchen table, like for dining table. This is like where we want to live. This is not a place we want to drive through. So you could just consider the thought, like, okay, maybe we can fit some diagonal parking, back end diagonal parking in with the bike lanes. Maybe you do give up some spaces, but I guess the priority would be safe first and foremost. And we want connectivity. We want our neighborhoods to integrate. We want our kids' bikes to school again. But have a mother feel safe. Tell her, yes, you can get part-time stuff on Douglas. You know, when you're 16 years of age. Just consider these things and enjoy the pretty pictures. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, emails. 4 quick points. Number 1, 2 cheers for the work that's already been done here. Even if we go ahead with what's laid out now, it's that it was just blocking, it was just short pedestrian distances for crossing place. Good. I would advocate for parallel parking with bike lanes. 5 bike lanes on Douglas versus Thursville and second. One point already been made, which is access to businesses that are on Douglas, or cycles. Second point that I would make is actually commuting as it's currently designed and functioning. The first and second street bike lanes are essentially a commuter line. Nobody's going to come down the second street bike lane so that they can stop at Johnston's line and take on the ACD and then back to line. Right. But they might want to stop for some pizza or to get something for spice with it, right? The kind of businesses that are on Douglas are more the kinds of things. I will acknowledge that many of them are kind of citywide or regional draws, but some of them are not, and more of them could be. And in connection to commuting, First and Second Street as a bike route, and the Waterman through for that, are limited in their extension. So for future commuting, you can't go further west. Further east on First or Second. You got to go somewhere else. And likewise on Waterman. Okay? Go further east than 135. Northeast. I would advocate that for longer range planning. Douglas either route or well as for access to businesses. Last point, And it's cheap. We don't necessarily have to do this all in one shot, the expensive way. Let's pick a few places and do it the cheap way we think, see what happens, see how people interact with it. And make adjustments from there, rather than make this whole design up front, as beginning.
How many more speakers?
I am. I think that's one.
Jeff Bell, I'm also strong towns, which start with the conversation, just kind of just echo that, right? It's we live in incremental, right, changes, but not being afraid of change. So I agree we should probably do that thing. 3 lanes, parallel parking for bike lanes, and use paint, right? So we can have some humility, see what happens, right? And before thinking.
The also the thing, also I want to say, before we turn it back to the cans. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Appreciate this is not gone necessarily the way these projects always do, but appreciate the opportunity. Pivot a little bit here. I haven't done this often on projects like this and necessarily change the recommendations during the meeting, but we have, and I just think this makes a lot of sense. And I think this is brewers and enough with state council. I will a couple quick comments. The back end parking. I've talked to colleagues in other communities that have tried it, and it just doesn't happen a lot. There may be some communities that have latched onto it more. I'm not exactly sure how we would get there. We've talked about it. Sean and 17th Street or McAdams Park, we thought that'd be a good trial. I mean, it's not the traffic on 17th Street you see on others. But because there's no median there, all people are doing is turning around and parking into the wrong way. They're not backing in. So I don't, that doesn't mean they wouldn't try it elsewhere. I've talked to folks in other communities that said it was a colossal failure. They didn't even try it anymore because people wouldn't do that. I don't think on Douglas, even with a lot of vehicles having backup cameras, I think people are going to be more scared to do that than they are back out of traffic. That's just me. If you are so inclined to consider a recommendation, that modified recommendation to parallel parking and bike lane instead of diagonal parking, we can still stay on track to go forward to city council December 16th. Again, everybody will be notified to change because businesses directly on Douglas that received direct notification, they were told December 9th, we moved up for 16th to make sure everybody knows. We will have something different to show to the city council. We'll talk about the input received tonight, why we're making that recommendation. I think we're still good to stay on track for that, so we can continue moving forward. There are some details we'll have to work through. We have no problem going back to the bike ped advisory board, talking to them how that works. Last thing I'll say, there's been mention of protected bike lanes. We've heard that discussion a lot over the last few years. It gets to be really challenging in an urban environment, depending on where you're at. Especially if you look at a structurally protected bike lane. We're talking about a curb, anything that would allow more protection than just pavement markings. Then you really struggle to get in and out of parking. You struggle to get street sweepers through there. You struggle with snow and ice removal. That I'm not telling you that means we can't do it. We will look at options. It gets to be a lot harder to do something structural for a protected bike lane than it does to try to create space with pavement markings. So we'll look at those options. We'll get input from the bike ped advisory board and see where the safest places that we can get.
And that's a thing that'll come up probably. Folks read about this in the news that they hear the death represents parallel parking. Concerned about back up, traffic back on, folks having difficulty parallel parking. I know y'all said there's your angles have some space, little give space to allow the person to back up and have some visibility. Is that maybe enough space where folks could go possibly around and move to try and parallel park?
With the 3 lane, it provides that ability to. You talk to Wichita Police Department all the time about 3 lanes. They will stop someone who's going 50 mile an hour and using the center lane to pass. That's not what it's for. We talked to Wichita Transit, we talked to police and fire. They will use the center lane as needed. We expect normal traffic would use the center lane to go around those folks going to park. Keep in mind, there are gaps created in traffic by the traffic signals that grow in hydraulics. There are always natural gaps created by traffic signals. So you'll get spacing in there. Some of the pictures you saw, depending on the time of day. This isn't the only place we have this, and we have found other parks.
I've got a question. So why did initially then what was the motivation? Change.
Well, I think we spent a good part of our presentation talking about exactly that, but let me recap. Sean mentioned, I mentioned it, but I don't mind mentioning it again. From trying to combine all of the things that we've heard, looking at trying to really get to a data-driven decision, things that we've done on other street sections around the community, the successes of Delano, the successes of St. Francis as a catalyst project for the downtown plan. I'm not an economic development expert, but I've been around long enough and worked enough with city council and others to know if you've got more storefront parking for these businesses, they're going to flourish long term. Let's prove it. And Delano, and I don't want to belabor it, St. Francis has shown that it's worked. That's what drove a lot of it, is more parking, more on-street parking in front of businesses. I didn't see any of them here tonight. We have heard from businesses who said, we want more parking. We want more on-street parking. When the Anchor was still in business, people were parked in that area all the time. Johnny's Tavern opens up, they're going to be using half the block in every direction parking on the street. I still think it's not a bad idea. That's what drove that decision, along with the fact that First and Second Street and potentially Waterman in the future can provide a good east-west connection for bike routes. Pretty short connections to Douglas from there for people to still get to destinations. All of that rolled together was trying to provide the best response to all of the desires and the needs we heard.
It's also safety, right? Because I mean, anybody statistics. And so you consider the safety aspect of angle parking versus parallel. I mean, I have confidence in your recommendations, and I just want to get to the point that what you proposed with angle parking was not unsafe.
From a safety standpoint, I don't know if we have any data. I've talked to staff about that. Just anecdotally, in the 25 years that we've had diagonal parking on Douglas, in the 15 years we've had diagonal parking on St. Francis and other areas around the community, I haven't heard. Paul was our traffic engineer at one time before he was our city engineer. I asked our traffic engineer about it. We don't get reports when we saw police department about safety issues because of backing out from diagonal parking. It might be there. We don't get. I haven't heard that information.
And then and I don't know, one of the speakers said that he supposed perhaps 2,000 commuters by bike commuters in the city. And if that's the case, that's only 1.5% of the total population of 400,000. So, you know, I'm supposed to be talking about bike folks, but that's the tail wagging the dog.
It's been one of the challenges that I talked about before. It's hard to measure. I mentioned we started a metropolitan planning organization. They get an annual bike and pedestrian count at certain locations. I try to get a better understanding. So that was where the predominant bike use is. And we know there's a lot of pedestrian use. It's hard. That's not specific to Wichita. It's hard in all communities to know. I think the best thing we can do is to have these types of discussions, try to balance all the needs together. And I think we came to a better place now, based on what we've heard, the information we've heard, whether we know the bike counts or not. to make this change in this recommendation, put bike lanes on Douglas and see how this works.
But a lot of, someone could say 39 accidents. That. Specify the safety element.
That's what the 3-lane will take care of a lot of.
No questions. Thank you so much for being.
Thank you.
And bringing back to that, also thank you all. Oh, yeah, before we bring back to that, anyone online, just make sure.
Nope.
Change members, not some, discussion.
Does the bike and pedestrian advisory board, they have final approval? This plan, I don't know, but one of the speakers said, they would, that.
They would approve some of the details about lanes, where they would go and some of that with the bike lane. It's not the overall concept that.
No, but I will say, I just want to be clear. We would definitely go back to the bike and ped advisory board with some of the details of how we're gonna make these on-street investment work. After we've gotten hopeful approval of the initial concept and intent.
Big, but instead of bike.
They can make whatever recommendation they want. Ultimately, the decision is city council.
I just want to say thanks for everybody being here and, some things mentioned in regards to the businesses that I want to echo the sentiments of the previous speakers, that I truly don't understand what it's like to be a business owner, although I appreciate all the individuals who take that major risk to invest in our community. And I also believe that there is a lot of progressive economic development happening in that area, particularly near Reverie, where there's mixed use development and apartment living on top and businesses coming toward the bottom. I know you may not see it now, but I do believe that it is coming. And I'm also, more important than that, believe in walkability and bikeability. And I believe that particularly one speaker said, I hope we can get back to a point where not only are we able to connect to neighborhoods and communities, but we're able to ensure a parent can send their child out on a bike without not having to worry about their safety. And I think of it in the aspect of a lot of people who don't have means to a vehicle. I think it is a blessing and a privilege to be able to drive a car. I know, coming from a home where not every one of my siblings in Wichita have the means to drive a vehicle, that bikeability and that walkability makes a world of a difference in being able to get to and from work, to and from school, to and from patronizing a business, and making sure that they too can enjoy that quality of life. I completely understand. Some folks probably don't agree with what I just said, and that's okay. I think we witnessed tonight the beauty of a democracy. And I want to thank city staff for listening to the concerns of the community. So I will be in support of the modified amendment, and I look forward to hearing what other members have to say.
I will take note very briefly. Everybody did get this paper. But one thing about mindfully this page, I thought was the when it comes to discussion about biking, talk about the bike lane. Well, the parking is situated between the driving lane and the bike, which seems to build in more safety for bicyclists and having driving lane, bike lane.
I might add one point of context if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah.
I didn't see that, but I think of what I heard you say, that's separate bike lanes next to the curb. You've got bike lanes, parking.
You got driving lane, parking, bike lane side.
So just so you know, we talked a lot about this whole notion of moving the curb out, these bulbs out, like bulb outs we call them, like Sean talked about. We've done through Douglas over different times, shorten up that crossing, the pedestrian crossing, so it's a lot shorter crossing, it's a lot safer. if that part goes away. If you gotta accommodate the bike lane by the curb, you can no longer do that, and then there's the full length of the pedestrian crossing. I'm not telling you that's right, wrong, or otherwise, I just want you to make sure that's something you were thinking about for the future, that part goes away, correct? That's that.
No, if you want to do that, yeah, the pull down was go away.
So we're back to lot longer.
You can still paint the bowl.
Yeah, if you could paint all of those, you could paint you could paint that crosswalk, right? And you could have this, you could have a sidewalk, bike lane, parallel parking, and then you could paint out, right? So yes, they would walk through the bike lane, right? And then you could paint that bowl out, right? And then they could have a shorter distance where they're walking in that lane.
Sure, and then you're asking people to stand in the painted area while they're driving by, there's no protection like there is with the curb, you could, sure. There's no longer that protection of the curb that they're standing on. You're just standing out in the street and being there.
Bollar then.
I mean,
Sorry, session right now, so. It's gotta get.
Oh, sorry.
Motion.
Yeah, sorry.
Y'all can follow up as, please follow up after. There's something that's done.
There, thank you.
So other ground numbers, motion or.
I don't know. But I'm gonna say, with businesses that they want the additional fee. I'm gonna side with the parking just for the businesses and, go back to my original comment that if there's only 0.5% of people who are commuting by bike, if perhaps making huge changes is the.
Well, I struggle with that, and though I appreciate that, I do struggle with that. Because I think what we heard was that's a hypothetical. I don't think we have the data, but I also struggle with it because, and I would love to hear your logic on this because I'm perceiving it as it's a small percentage. They're the minority. And I don't know if I agree with that logic.
And I don't see I don't see bikers. I drive. We just want to be safe. That's what it comes down to, the same. I want to drive on Kettle's quite a bit. And I drive on First and Second. So I see a lot of bikers. And when I have a son who's quite the biker, when he comes to the shop, and I don't like it when he takes his bike out on the snow. Exactly. That's
So wonderful.
I think, well, I appreciate it. And I get what you're saying, and I know that you mean well for me. And yep, nope, that's fair. Thank you for explaining that for me.
It's still parking in front ordinary business. And we're still allowing for bicycles. It's fine, I can, parking with no bike lane or parallel parking and bike lane, so that's a compromise, so that is almost already parallel. Not. So I think that's a compromise where with the angle, you get double the amount of parking that you get in parallel. But still, it's a compromise where you're allowing businesses to have parking, parallel parking, and to have the bike lane. And I have had more of an interest in biking, because my mom is now an avid bike rider. And with open streets, she is in Mount Heights and the bike over there. And she did say once, like, I'm not going on that because it's not safe. And so I am more mindful of that. You need to, if there's a little or if there's a lot, you can have safety for those that do want to bike, use that. So I think the races is what is known for our businesses and our. I guess I should have one more reason for my identify. So I trust all the work that the city has put into this. They have the data. We have kind of go over stuff. So that's another reason. I think it's these volumes that against and also, she worked the data too, Caroline.
I should work right through my seats.
I think one of the speakers asked a very great question of if this doesn't work, what are we going to do? And I think it is. I don't have the answer to that, I'm gonna be honest, but I do think it's important for us to check in on a frequent basis. And to ask questions and engage about how this is impacting your business. As Twyla's already mentioned, business matters. I also think we heard tonight, community matters as well. And I hope that that is the message that we're sending. It's not. I hope that it's not a one or the other. It's how do we coexist together and create a community where everyone can thrive. And so I really want that to be the main focal point, that it's a compromise. And we're shifting from making both sides happy to at least trying to meet in the middle somewhere and still recognizing that there will still be some unhappy.
That's why I'd also like to say, though, like you were saying that, they're saying, hey, we're gonna go through this recommendation, so we can go back. That's. If, let them approve, hey, yeah, this is what we're gonna do. Like part of what the contract with Baldwin was, is they were gonna get business, work with what they called the Douglas Design District that is no longer there, but they never worked with the businesses. So now it's like, hey, I would like to see plans, if we're gonna make changes to the plan that we're presenting, that we were voting on. I would like for, if they're gonna work with the bike community, work with the businesses along that stretch as well, before we present a plan to go to the city council.
Yeah, I know,
I'm like to Gary, because I'm like, yes, and.
Well, I mean, it's only fair, that's, I mean, for that initial contract, they was to work with the Douglas Design District, which was the businesses. And now we're actually just completely, now we're completely getting rid of them.
Respond to that comment based on, I would go back to the fact that even if data-driven recommendations, this isn't the first time we've done a project like this. These businesses in Huntington Douglas are not unique. We've worked with businesses like this all the time. We have seen that these lane conversions work well. Nobody wants to hear it again, but Delano works well, and it's only 2 lanes. It's not even 3 lanes, and it works well. There are destination businesses there too. We have seen proof that this works. We're not trying to leave anybody out. We've had 5 public meetings now in the last couple of months. I don't know if that's enough. I'm sorry if there wasn't enough notification. We've had a lot of engagement. We've heard from the businesses. We've heard from everybody here multiple times. We didn't necessarily have the opportunity to sit down with every single one. We've heard the input. Our recommendation is still where it's at because we've done this before. You know what? Our recommendation needs to be for traffic safety, for pedestrian safety, and making all these things work at the same time. I have not seen in 31 years with the city working on projects all across the community. Researching what has happened in other communities, I've never heard. We showed a table here that had some really good data. I have never seen or heard that businesses were impacted by going to a lesser number of lanes because people drove somewhere else. I don't expect this to be the first one. We will keep a very close eye on it. We will obviously stay in contact. We will watch what's happening. This is proven to work elsewhere. This isn't the first time we've tried this. This isn't unique just to this area. It has worked elsewhere. That's why we're making these recommendations. That doesn't mean we want to leave anybody out. This input has been extremely valuable. I think we've gotten to a wonderful place of compromise based on all of this input to make this project work.
Thank you. You'll keep an eye out.
What I thank you. Let me clarify. When I say keep an eye out, we're going to watch what happens to traffic and make sure that we're not creating any unsafe conditions. I don't think we will, but what'll happen as much as anything, we'll start to look at signal timing, especially at Grove and hydraulic. That's generally where you start to see some of those issues. We have, if anybody spends much time in the core of our city along the Douglas corridor where all the traffic signals are, we have made some significant improvements over the last 5 years on signal coordination and timing, and those signals work so much better than they used to as far as flow of traffic, optimizing efficiencies, lesser delays. Same thing here. It's a bigger spread. We would look at traffic signals to see. We have seen this work enough. We have seen, because this area is developed, even with what's happening downtown. Sean mentioned this. We've got a lot of history looking at what happens with new developments, where traffic will go. Growth in Wichita has been slow. We've got data to show that. There's nothing that's going to happen here that's going to double traffic. It's not going to just blow up here because of what's developed in the area already. Confident in our recommendation. If it's 3-lane, it's going to work for a long time. But to that point, we're not just going to do this and never watch what's going on. We have great traffic engineers. We've done traffic signal. Wichita Police Department are very good partners of ours in understanding how these transportation improvements, how well they work, and if they don't. I have no expectation to think that we're going to undo this anytime soon, but just like everything else, so we'll watch what's happening. Working close with the police department, seeing what's happening with accident data. I think it's going to be, we're going to see that it's going to work better than. So there's no, compared to diagonal we do, with the on-street bike lanes, so with our original recommendation, we were going to actually be able to add parallel parking on the north side across from East High School that's not there now. We go with on-street bike lanes, that does not happen. I don't know if we lose parallel parking anywhere, some.
On the south side, it would be first part. That exists.
So if you look at between Washington and Hydraulic, it's outside where the diagonal parking is there, where Johnny Tavern's coming in. Through all that area, we are going to park. Correct, thank you, because that's going to be diagonal that would go to parallel, so we be able to park.
Has a study been done on utilization of parking along that road?
We have not done anything formal with parking utilization.
Would theoretically the loss of it.
It could or could be detrimental, I don't know. There's so many factors that go into that, not knowing what's going to happen in future development. So
That is a good point.
thank you for asking that. I should have clarified that originally. There are some diagonal parking now that would become parallel. It's all on the south side from Washington to Hydraulic. Most of it.
It's working now. Why don't?
They want license, like them do.
Isn't that section though, isn't there enough room on
Yeah,
that
that's
side?
like-
Because there's like 14 so wide lanes in there.
Based on what we've looked at, we cannot, anywhere through there, we cannot make 3 lanes, diagonal parking and bike lanes work.
Diagonal on one and parallel on the other, because it's fit.
I don't think we can do that either.
How wide are the lanes?
I don't have that data right now, and I appreciate asking the questions. I'm not going to sort through it right here.
So just a reminder, all the conversation right now.
Here's one thing I could tell you that we could look at if you're interested in thinking about this. I don't want to convolute or make this a difficult recommendation. But to your point, because, we did make some changes, we could obviously look, I know throughout this corridor, we can't have diagonal on both sides. 3 lanes, bike lanes, there's not enough space. We could obviously look and see if there's any opportunity to keep any diagonal parking, maybe where it's at. What our goal would be, and what I think I hear, we'd be looking at 3 lanes, on-street bike lanes. If we can keep diagonal parking anywhere, we would. That would be our goal. I'm glad you asked that.
With the motion.
So I think we could do that, without really changing anything we're talking about here. we can find space to make it work, then we would do that.
When you brought this forward in an open house or a federal redesign meeting, I think.
In several different cases, we've heard from businesses that would desire dining.
Or nobody's having a conversation with them. I myself is a business owner. Like East Douglas, or in renovations right now, I'd be happy to, talk to you guys or open it needs to be houses or just being in that area. So it's important for economic development, like as we're talking about. And again, it's not adequate parking is such a hot topic when we're at staff, when we're especially as we're getting into the college of neighborhood and how there's such a lack of parking to access those storefronts and those businesses and restaurants. And we have an opportunity to increase the parking and make our streets safer. And here we are again, talking about parking and increasing it. And I think it's frustrating when this continues to be a conversation. I also agree that bike lanes, we need to make sure that bicyclists are protected, that they're safe. They're part of our economy as well. So we're very important.
That's really friendly amendment to the staff recommendation. Where there is that empty parking, we would not be building on that south side of this. We would not be looking at like the south side of it.
No, that's not what I've recommended, because then you run into even more challenges. I think if we figure out where to stop the bike lane, what I would recommend is that we, between now and the city council meeting, doesn't necessarily have a recommendation, but just hear me out. We'll know by then what space we have, if there's an opportunity to keep some of that existing dining perfect. I don't want to speak for anybody there. I mentioned the Field Anchor and Johnny Stavern.
This is not really the whole thing.
Right there at Ida, the first block east of Washington on the south side, or the diagonal parking. I don't know if the folks who just bought that building necessarily would notice the diagonal parking could go away. I have no idea.
With that. With the recommendation, the recommendation on the south side. And then continue with parallel, but it's gone off for businesses, you're not losing that avenue, and you're able to go out and hang out with the. They compliments. Yes.
Second. Understand much. Just yes. All right, so let's clarify here. Yeah, we're making a motion updating the staff.
Yeah, so the modification is with the 3 lanes on street 5 parallel parking. Except. This is yeah. On the south side of Douglas, we've got diagonal.
Only the south, or you teaching not the on the some areas on that, so
No, it's not. It's good. Okay,
I don't know if we have a space to do that. We're happy to evaluate it. But our first task would be to keep the diagonal parking on the south side, let's slightly to the United States.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good, yeah. Parallel parking while evaluating to keep the diagonal on the south side.
We should go to a place.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me.
It's on the other side of the street now.
I second the motion and that's it. Did you know anything?
No, that's all right.
No, I didn't.
No, you.
But not energy, no, I didn't touch on that. So Twilight, you think that, will make this.
And it's not taking away from or already there. And the parallel presents parking under some distance.
If the evaluation comes back that parking will be less, are we okay with that?
Well, the parking would be less if they're taking away the diagonal, otherwise it's not situating another.
But to that point, it's possible we can find out we don't have space, for 3 lanes, bike lanes, and any diagonal. parking. And so on the south side, you would end up with less on.
Not needs to share. Like, but once they that area would just.
Yes.
So the earlier concept by Nelson Nygaard looked at it, it's a cycle track to make that work. As far as what configuration you have. You have to narrow up the lane significantly, but it's a cycle track, the only way to make that work, to keep the angle parking on the south side. It's the white facility on one side that has both directional traffic rather than splitting it on each side when you're riding with traffic.
So. If the diagram was not. They're not doing it.
It doesn't sound like it's significant. And then the rest of them the parking spots are right there. Exactly, there's a lot, and those parking spots are utilized. Yeah, this business, if we take that whole thing, it's. Incremental, so they're pressure testing.
They There is on, there's all, there's the north side, also the north side of the street that we never passed on that way.
Businesses are. So it's what do you, no, it's, you feel comfortable with it?
The staff had things in the recommendations, and I do that, and we, definitely reduce parking. What there's yeah, that, because that was the thing, I always cross from the edge. That was right from the day. Well, sad.
So we can use the turn lane to pass people now?
That's what we heard.
That's illegal to pass people in the turn lane. You have to be turning, you can't just go around people to get back in traffic in through a turn lane. That is illegal.
So I'll address that. And then there's been for months. We worked closely with the Woodstock Police Department for a lot of years on that. Very satisfied. To my point that I said before, the Woodstock Police Department, they do try to work with the community, they try to be flexible and seeing it, you know. When it comes to the center turn lane, while it. But I think you ask the police department, which we would say should legal. The reason why this works, as long as if somebody should not be going 50 mile an hour to pass somebody, they will get a ticket, the police department will pull them over. It can work to pass somebody trying to park, to pass transit bus for emergency services, whatever. We see it work. We've got a lot of 3-lane roadways that we built, arterial streets. People do it. It makes sense. We've got a lot of roads out on the edge of the community where you've got a lot of residential driveways. People are pulling into the driveway, everyone goes around them in the center turn lane, they're not gonna get it.
Any additional discussion on the motion? That's not. Vote.
We're gonna do real false distance. That approach, real false.
Real confident.
Nope, sorry, we don't do that in DAB four. Oh, how would you like me to?
We'll just get on the line then.
Okay,
But
yeah. No. DAB member Nikki?
motion in front of the DAB, yeah, the modified traffic recommendation. Down to 3 lanes, 5 lanes. And highway from keeping no parking in the town. That's the motion. Yeah.
That's what I meant to.
Yeah. Cause I'm not by the, I don't think we're.
And found that business was losing their already established perfect based on its evaluation, we don't have that in front of us. I just see how. Yes.
I think that's in the chart we provided in PowerPoint.
That it's.
Between existing and what Nelson Nygaard looked at, which is what you're talking about here.
You're talking about diagonal parking in front of my head, that's like.
I'm talking about no parking stalls you're losing.
Right. I can't see that. It's so red and I
Remember,
read it.
what I have is the number of parking stalls between Washington and I-135 in current condition is 146. With parallel parking with bike lanes on each side of the roadway, it reduces to 130, so it's in the net loss of 16 spots.
State, and I was, take it down. Say the reason I get the same wording.
And it's 16 spots closing completely down Douglas. From this week. This whole. Okay.
From Washington, so I from Washington, let's just have the annual parking an hour to move close to the annual park. Yes, maybe it is.
Thank you for clarifying.
And that's parallel parking across the.
Actually, that's on paper, so I couldn't read it and I moved it.
Yeah, sorry, it's kind of hard to read in that.
Let's do it. Like.
All right.
Hi.
Natalie, do you have a vote?
Yeah, I said aye in there.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
We need to, get the council, we encourage you to email the council. Or if anybody wants to.
Thank you. I do know you signed up for this. Oh, I think. Yeah, that's the person. I was getting to easy. I don't know. I think. You know, I didn't argue. That's hard. I'm scared. Well, I don't. What's the dog? It's funny. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm to be looking for another. I don't know.